This meeting is a public work session where the board will hear a variety of reports and have discussion regarding topics which may be scheduled for official action at a future meeting. During this meeting, we will not be voting or making the final decision on any topic. We will seek to gain some consensus to put different items on the agenda for our action meeting next week, but again, we will not be voting. Questions and comments by members of the audience will be limited to those topics on the agenda this meeting. Tonight, we will also present proclamations to outstanding students. This meeting is being videotaped for community cable channels. Individuals attending this meeting and intending to speak to the board should be aware that they are being videotaped. In order to meet the requirements of Pennsylvania's Sunshine Law, it is necessary to record the names of all citizens who speak to the board during the meeting. To assure compliance with this requirement, it is essential that those planning to address the board come to the microphone and state their name and address. Members of the audience are asked to limit their questions and comments to no more than 3 minutes. This limit will permit time for all of those who wish to speak to the board. Whenever members of the audience exceed this time limit, the board president may ask the individual to yield the microphone to the next speaker. I would also like to add and announce that this board was in executive session prior to this meeting due to a personnel matter. There are 2 other board members that will be joining us soon. They are finishing up with that meeting, but again, we had an executive session for personnel matter. At this point, I'd ask you could all turn your page, and we will move on to our proclamations, and I'll turn this portion of our program over.
I have the page. It took it.
They'll be back. They're being reprinted. I'll be back.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know. When I walked through, I saw a whole stack out there. So
They're being reprinted.
okay. We'll go ahead and proceed with our proclamations. Ken?
It's our pleasure this evening to introduce for the audience and for the board a group of our commended students from the National Merit Scholarship Program. You will recall that our previous meeting we introduced semifinalists. Tonight we're introducing our commended students. We're competing with the band tonight. The band is performing in the stadium tonight, and I'm sure we're competing with work schedules and other events. So we don't have the full complement here, but we certainly have a fine representative group of students here tonight. I'd like to read the proclamation once. Each student is named individually. Whereas many North Penn School District students individually and collectively perform distinguished service to their school in many activities, and whereas the reputation and image of the North Penn School District is built and enhanced by the performance of its students and faculty, and whereas the accomplishments of individual students in academic, artistic, athletic, leadership, literary, and musical endeavors bring positive community interest in school programs, and whereas the future of any community rests in the hands of its responsible youth, and the student is named, and whereas this student has rendered considerable service to his school and community, thus focusing attention on his academic accomplishments by achieving the status of a National Merit Scholarship Commended Student. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of School Directors go on record this 12th day of November 1996, honoring the spirit and accomplishment of this exemplary performance. We'll introduce the students individually, ask them to come to the table and accept their proclamation from Mr. Clemens, please. I'd like to first introduce to you Dana Farrell. Cahill Martin. Khalil. Sorry about that, Khalil. Andrew Averbach. Absent. Young Min Ban. He's not here. So this must be Henry Becker. This is not Sarah Berge. I was looking for Sarah Berge. I was looking for Kristen Brunette. I was looking for Edward Chang. Kervan Chow. But you might be Tim Dahl.
Yes.
Carrie DeHaven. Catherine Downing. Elizabeth George. Laura Hansen. I don't see Tammy Hendricks. I don't see Andrew Howard. I don't see Angela Jin. But I do see Melissa Calvestrand. Bonko. Brett Larson. Greg Lindberg. I don't see Laura Markovitz. I don't see Tracy Matthey or William Meldon. But I know this is Kevin Rader. Terry Rosenblatt. Adam Rosenthal. Are you Sean Rotolini? I don't see Devin Stewart. Gabe Terzo. I don't see Jeffrey Vitri or Kimberly Yost. Let's congratulate our fine team. Thank you.
Why don't we take about a 5-minute break so everyone has a chance to get an agenda. Hopefully they are back there, and also give us a chance for any of the students or parents if they want to mingle for a few minutes, and we'll reconvene at 8 o'clock. Again, I hope that the agendas are back there. We'll reconvene in a few minutes.
Why did it get switched?
I do feel we owe the audience an apology and an explanation as to why there weren't agendas there. And I would ask that between Dr. Bose and Ken Weir that you would explain really what happened, because board members really don't know what happened, and it'll be an exercise for all of us to go through.
I'll try to explain and this, at the same time apologize to you for any inconvenience or confusion this might have created. What you got originally was more information than we intended for you to have.
Oh, that sounds
In the copying, our staff made an error in copying materials that are not generally made public. Those were the names and addresses of the students who would be affected by this change in transportation you're going to hear discussed later tonight. That's protected information, and we would have been in error if we had distributed, because we're obligated to protect that information about individual children, their parents, and their address. So what we did was pull them back, because they were both sided, only copied the side that is appropriate for public discussion and revelation, and pulled back those pages with the student's name, which is protected by federal law called the Privacy Act. So what you have now is what you need to participate in this discussion about the transportation item on tonight's agenda, and what we did was pull the information that is intended and is obligated to remain private. Thank you, and I hope you understand.
You want to add anything?
I would only add that we did in fact pull pages, and we ask you to please be careful about the staples that are a little rough and bent, so you don't get a tear in your hand. We did pull pages. It would have been impossible for us to reprint these in the amount of time we had. So we tore apart the packets that we lifted from your seats, and we thank you for your understanding.
And I might add that the sheet does not include audience of citizens, and we will definitely have an audience of citizens at the end of our discussion this evening, so we could also count on that. I also would like you all to look at the order of what we will discuss tonight, and I do plan to keep the order. There has been some discussion during our brief intermission that we may want to rearrange. If you look at item number 2, it does say bond project report, and then after that, later you do see facilities, and it almost appears as we may be getting the cart before the horse on that. But I did talk with Finance Liaison Board Member Vicki Scher and also with Dennis, and that again, we're not voting on anything tonight, so we're going to go with it as it is, and we'll if we need to come back and visit bond during the discussion of elementary, we'll do that. Again, we're going to try to gain some consensus tonight, but we won't be voting on anything, so we will stick with this order. Saying that, I'd ask now that we would look at item number 1, finance report, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Tonight we're going to be presenting to the board and the community the audit for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1996. As I stated in my cover letter, I'm very happy with this audit. I hope the board and the community is also. There have been no major findings or criticisms of the policies or procedures that we use in the business office. Tonight we're going to have the presentation done by Mr. Ed Furman, partner with the firm of Maley, Falconero and Company. They're our local auditors. Tonight, Mr. Furman, if you look in, I presented both the board and the community with the major revenue and expense statements and also the major balance sheets from the audit. If you turn to page, you go through your packet to page 9. Page 8 is numbered. The next page after that at the top says North Penn School District, June 30th, 96 audit highlights. That's the page Mr. Furman will be speaking from this evening. And if the board has any questions about the other statements and charts that are in there, he'll be happy to answer those. So I present Mr. Ed Furman.
Thank you, Dennis. Just to go over the timetable of the process, the board should have received drafts of the financial statements last week. That was prior to Mrs. Scher, Dennis, and myself meeting to review the draft. A final version of that has been issued, and there's been no changes on those numbers. So Dennis has those and should be distributing that. But the numbers that you received last week were final numbers. What I thought that might be helpful is to, instead of going page by page through the financial statements, is try to highlight some of the key items and also summarize balances from the last 3 years so you can see some of the trends and some of the major items in the financial statements. First item is our audit report on the financial statements. As in prior years, it's an unqualified report except for recording fixed assets at replacement value. Generally accepted accounting principles require those to be recorded at historical costs. The state permits it, and the majority of school districts record their fixed assets at appraisal value. So the method that you're using is not unique to North Penn or other school districts in the state, and it's the same that's been used in prior years here. But other than that, it's an unqualified opinion. Financial highlights, the balance sheet, as Dennis said, it's on page 7 of the financials, and it's also in the, line by line is in the packet. Some of the major items, cash over the last 3 years has remained relatively stable. Investments in 1994, you see a spike, and really that was from the 1-year $25 million Emmaus loan, which brought proceeds into the district. You'll see it later on being used for capital projects. and that was a one-year borrowing. So in 95, that was repaid out of the investments, and you've continued to work the investments down in 1996. The 1996 number of $11.8 million, about $7 million is in general fund, and about $4 million is in capital projects, but this was as of June 30. Today, the capital projects, I believe, is down to about $50,000. Taxes receivable, that's continued to drop the last couple of years. The majority of that number are delinquent real estate taxes. In the 1996 number, about $1.5 million of that total are delinquent taxes. The other taxes are just taxes that come in July and August, real estate transfer taxes, just normal monthly receipts. Fixed assets, you see significant increase over the last 2 years, mainly from the capital projects and the schools that have been built. Again, as of June 30, the appraised value or replacement value is $171 million. Accounts payable and accrued expenses, the majority of that caption relates to salaries of teachers that are paid on a 12-month basis. They've earned the salary as of June 30, but they've elected to have that paid in July and August. So their accounts payable as of the balance sheet date, and on a cash flow basis, they're paid subsequent to June 30. Also, in June 30, 96, about $1 million of that related to the capital projects that were in process also. Bonds payable, again, you see in 1994 the spike for the Emmaus loan of $25 million. That, along with normal debt service, was paid down in 1995. And in 1996, you had just another 1 year of normal principal repayments, which brought the remaining bonds to a little over $67 million at the end of June. Accumulated absences and early retirement. In 94 and 95, that related to earned vacation that had not been used yet, predominantly from teachers and also administrative staff. In 96, you adopted the early retirement incentive plan, and that liability itself is about $600,000. So that's really the main reason for the increase from the 95 number to the 96 number. Last major number on the balance sheet relates to the unreserved general fund balance. And I guess that's the equivalent of a retained earnings for a for-profit entity. It's just the way that revenues have exceeded expenditures over the years. At the end of June, it was a little over $4 million. And I guess as a criteria, that's about 4% of your general fund revenues. And rule of thumb for school districts is anywhere from 4, 5, 6% of general fund. So it's not, cautiously low, but it's not exceedingly high either. It's about typical for a school district. Next item, the revenues. That relates to page 8 of the full financial statements, and also the tax line is broken down in further detail on page 29 of your financials, which shows real estate taxes, interim taxes, transfer taxes, and a breakdown of each of the captions. You see that's been steadily increasing from $68 million to $75 million to $79.9 million. Majority of that is in the real estate area with the millage increases. The state instructional subsidy, that's been gradually increasing since '94, up to $6.4 million. The other state subsidies, the blip in '96 there is the way that the state has asked their contribution for retirement to be recorded. In prior years, the state would provide you with a subsidy to contribute to the state retirement plan, and that was shown as a net item. I mean, you'd pay the expenditure, but then you'd net the revenue against it and basically show zero expenditure. This year, the state's asked that you show the gross revenue and also show the gross retirement expenditure, and you'll see that further down below where the benefits for the year has increased. So there's not really much additional new revenue. It's just the way that the revenue has been recorded this year. On the expenditure side, the instruction salaries has grown from $37.9 million to $38.4 to $47.7. 1996 also includes in that number about $4 million of the retro pay settlement on the teacher's contract. So if you're really comparing year to year, you've got a $4 million additional expenditure in 96 because of the contract settlement. The instruction benefits, there you see what I just mentioned about the retirement is showing it broad as gross revenue and gross expenditures. You see a large increase in the expenditure caption in 96. Other captions support salaries going from 14.2 up to 15.3 million. Support benefits also increasing from 95 to 96. Capital expenditures, you had the major items in 94, $23 million, and then you've had your consistent levels of $8 and $9 million in 95 and 96. Last item in the expenditures is the debt service. That's been running anywhere from $7 to $8 million a year. The 1995 also includes the $25 million of, again, paying off the Emmaus loan that was taken out in 94. Last caption is food service fund. That's shown as a separate fund, an enterprise fund in the financial statements. Operating revenues there have been consistently increasing. The gross profit's been improving significantly, and operating expenses were pretty stable from 95 to 96. Typically, school districts will run a loss from operations in this fund, which is offset by state and federal subsidies and interest earnings. So then the food service fund itself showed a profit or net income of $232,000 in 1996, and that's up significantly from the prior 2 years. Also, the major part of the financial statements, the last section of it, as in prior years, it relates to the single audit reports, which are the reports we're required to issue for anyone receiving federal funds. And that's in your full set of financial statements in the draft that you saw last week. Major item there through all the reports and language is that we had no findings regarding the testing we did as far as the activity in those federal programs, and no material internal control weaknesses. The only other thing I thought I would mention is a couple other projects that I've been assisting Dennis on. One is just reworking the budget process, which he's going to get into a little later, and also helping to re-summarize the bond activity funds and doing it by project. And we're just about done the 90 and 92 bond funds for that project. Really, I just open up to any questions you might have on the whole financial statements.
Who wants to go first?
I'd just like to thank Mr. Furman, as a matter of fact, for the assistance he has provided. It's been an initiative. I think you'll see in the management letter mention of a general accounting manual that's been placed in audits for many, many years, probably almost forever. But essentially, at least that is a work in progress right now. It is a beginning, and it is anticipated by next spring. But there will actually be a general accounting manual as a part of the district's organization structure to give some guidance. It's been very beneficial, I think, to this board to have Mr. Furman doing the other additional work that he is contributing his time for. There is no additional pay, and strictly his rate is associated with the audit itself. And I certainly want to express my appreciation for us taking on some tasks that have been long overdue. And hopefully by next month, we will be able to have a report regarding
That's the target for the bond fund, yes.
Of the bond fund?
Yes.
And as soon as we could possibly get that, each board member can have time to receive it. I guess, Ed, I'd like you to explain the $600,000 that you mentioned regarding the ERIP liability.
That was for the teachers that elected early retirement, and we've quantified the projected payments that are going to be made to them, either from salaries or for benefits. And that's recorded as a liability, and it's in the long-term debt group because it's going to be paid over, potentially for 10 years for some of the teachers. Right. Yes.
Different years. I just want to clear. We've had some discussions on that because, as you know, we're weighing savings on salary differences in the immediate for this, as it's hitting this year, and yet there's a long-term liability that also has to be balanced with that, and I just wondered just how, secure is this number? It's generally based on, is
That's
it
line by
adjusted
line
for their
by-
tenure, for the amount of time that they have to reach the cutoff for the benefits versus the average cost?
But it's by teacher until their retirement age. So it's line by each person that accepted
Okay.
that.
So that has been taken down to the individual? and-
Yes.
And the benefits they've elected
To
as a
receive,
part of
yes.
their ERIP? Thank you very much.
Mrs. Scher, I'd like to add to that also, though, that what we've done, though, we've done that in gross. For those employees who opted to take that plan, who currently have family benefits, we're showing them being paid family benefits till they're 52 or 62. So I feel confident that number is the highest liability the board would have, because as people change and say as their children move on and get married and they go down to just employee and spouse benefits, those figures will come down. So the $600,000 is the highest benefit, and that's what I want the board to remember. That's based on probably 80% of those people currently had family benefits, and that will change. And we will adjust that figure as we go along.
Okay, it's just a
It's really
consideration.
a worst case. It's a
Right.
worst case number right now.
Yes, that you have the liabilities. I think there is that correction on page 5. I think we corrected it in our meeting, but it didn't make this copy. And perhaps Dennis's copy.
Final
was
version.
yours.
The final version has
has
that, yes.
The
Okay.
wording corrected.
Just so everyone knows, it says cash and cash equivalents at beginning of year. Our copy should say end, so it makes sense. Other than that, I'll pass it to
Right,
anyone else that
okay.
has questions, because I'm,
Sure. I just have one question before we'll open it up to all questions. Ed, you had said that 4 to 6% is a rule of thumb on unreserved fund balance.
Yes.
Is there a rule of thumb on debt service?
Not so much a rule of thumb, but each year, from all the districts that report to the state, I usually ask them to produce a list by district of that data as a percentage of general fund
Or average?
revenues.
Scott?
You're right about the average midpoint. There are some districts much higher than use a percentage of general revenue, not dollars, but percentage of their budgets. I mean, there's some districts up to 15-20%.
We're right about in the middle.
Your mid-range as far as the state, as far as every district reporting into the state, yes.
Okay.
And each year, Dennis has asked, and we just request from the state that average.
Okay, let's start over here. Don?
Thank you, President Clemens. The food service fund is accounted for separately, but it's not a private enterprise. It's owned and operated by the North Penn School District.
Yes,
correct?
enterprise fund meaning an accounting term that the fees generated from revenues hopefully will cover the expenditures
Okay, so it's not a
versus a
separate
taxing.
corporation or 501c3 or anything?
No, it is part of the district.
Obviously, we have net income higher than ever before, and of course, it's due large in part to the change in the food service department in not only personnel, but in just work output. But Dennis, under operating expenses, salaries and benefits in there,
Yes, ma'am.
how many? Employees, all employees, or just
All.
administrators, or?
All employees plus the administrator. Mrs. Mangle,
Mrs.
all
O.
food service expenditures for salaries are taken from that account.
And the benefits?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Furman, is it typical that such net income be held in account to food services as opposed to some of those monies being sent back into the
Well,
the mother fund?
net income for 96 is unusually large for what we've seen.
I'm sorry.
That's unusually large for what we've seen with other districts, the 232,000. Usually it's closer to the break-even like you had in 94 and 95.
It's just my personal opinion that, a job well done be expressed by the entire board to the food services department, but we take about 200,000 back into the district. Is that possible?
What we're doing for the first time, and it's not reflected here, you're facing some major equipment replacement, and that's all being paid out of the food service fund, number one.
Okay.
Number two, for the first time ever, food service is participating in our disposal costs and our extermination, our integrated pest management costs. So that won't show in 96, but that will show, it won't show in this audit, but it will show in the current year expenditures. The other thing that we've done, if you looked at the high school project, separate and above the project is the need to replace the district freezer, which is in the back of that building, and we will expect that will be funded out of the profits of food service. So we have a plan.
So these monies are earmarked for what would have been generally funded expenditures.
By code, Mrs. Mengel,
certainly.
we can't take the money.
No.
But as long as by code, by state code, we can't take it, but we can use it to fund any expenditures associated with food service.
That it causes.
Correct.
Okay. School lunch prices have stayed the same for how long?
7 years.
I would think with this kind of money, it shouldn't raise ever in a long time. That those prices should be kept with this kind of money being made in that department.
We also, Ms. Mengel, have additional subsidies based on the fact that we're offering a breakfast program, which
Right.
nets us 2 cents per meal for type A lunches each day.
And that's becoming increasingly more successful from what I understand,
Yes.
the breakfast program. Okay, up here, taxes receivable, that 1.9, I see that it has come down.
You had a couple
Are
of
these-
large settlements
Yes,
of
you did.
delinquent taxes the last 2 years.
Okay. Are these currently lien properties?
They're in various stages. At January 31st of each year, the tax collectors submit the lien list to the county, and it just goes through the county process of, some, I guess technically they've all been liened, but they've been different phases of the foreclosure process. Some of them go back to 6 years.
They've all been lean, Mrs. Mengel, and I can tell you and the board that there is one, out of the 1.9 million, there's one property alone that's 500 and some thousand in delinquent taxes. And
Okay.
hopefully that's going to be cleared up in the very near future.
Okay, we carry a lien for how long? How long do we tolerate a lien on a property?
Well,
Until we
liens
go to
carried,
foreclosure?
once you've turned the lien over, the county is responsible for that collection process. So it could go on if the people stall the foreclosure process or come up with different alternatives. Again, you've got properties in there for 6+ years.
Okay.
It never comes off the lien list, it just goes through the sheriff's sale cycle in different speeds.
A question, is there ever a reason when the taxes exceed the value of the property that we don't take the property? Condemnation or take the property in lieu of? I'm thinking of a property out in Hatfield that'll go unnamed this evening. Why the taxes, I understand, exceed the value of that property now, why we don't claim the property?
I might be able to help with that. I believe it's a Superfund site.
Oh, well, they can keep
Probably more
that.
liability than there is value to it.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay. Mr. Furman, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
More questions from Mr. Sharice?
I don't want it.
Thank you. Mr. Furman, one more time, please, could you just go over the investments for me again? And also reiterate again how much you told the board was left in the current capital project fund?
In 1994, the board, in lieu of utilizing the funds that were in the capital projects fund, elected to take a $25 million one-year loan through the Emmaus Bond Fund, which, the cash came in and the timing of it was that the investments went up and the debt went up. So the 95 decrease was the repayment of $25 million, plus the capital projects or capital expenditures of about $8 million. Was the drop from 94 to 95. The drop from 95 to 96, again, you've got about $9 million, or a little over $9 million of capital expenditures. On the balance sheet, you'll see that about $4 million out of the $11 million is tied up in the capital projects fund for projects that were in process at June 30, which have continued to proceed, and the balance today is about $50,000.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Okay.
I'm done.
The unreserved general fund balance, is that an accumulated number over the years, or is that a year-by-year total final number?
It's basically accumulated from year to year. You in your budget, you budget utilizing pieces of it each year. I think last year was about $200,000 that you budgeted using of that, which you didn't need to use. But the $4 million, so that from 94, basically one way of looking at it is you've been break even from 94 to 95, 96.
On the first sentence of the report, where the fixed assets are valued at replacement cost.
Yes.
Being as we may be going out for another bond issue soon, does valuing them at that higher number affect our ability to borrow and our bond rating?
It shouldn't affect either. Again, you're comparable to most of the school districts. Any bond raters will be looking at the general fund revenue, your total borrowing base and borrowing capacity, not necessarily what's in fixed assets.
Thank you. No question. No more.
Pat?
Food service fund, loss from operations, what made that up?
It's really the revenue minus the operating expenses
Okay.
and depreciation.
Okay, so
And then offsetting that is the federal and state subsidies and interest earnings.
okay, and the non-operating revenues, what would that be?
Mainly the lunch subsidies and interest earnings.
Thank you. That's all.
Well, come on over to this side. John? Nothing? Vicki? David?
No questions.
Okay. Vicki, did you want to, as finance liaison, any follow-up?
Well, right now, the audit report being given, I'd like to thank Ed for his time in coming in. I think everyone should know that this is really the earliest we've been able to present the audit to win them to the end of the fiscal year, because it had drifted into December and January in the past, and certainly everyone's waiting to get a wrap-up of your previous fiscal year as soon as possible. So at least we're going to work towards maintaining a November presentation date in the future for this. And I really don't think, unless we have any more questions for Mr. Furman himself, the bond project report that's on here is more dealing with decision-making on the part of the board. I don't believe.
That's for the 96 for the new bond project, yes.
Yes, and since we don't have.
I think Dennis is going to get into the budget
The bond
process.
review really isn't ready yet, so we will wait for that, and I don't know
Right.
whether you're going to leave it to Dennis to present that at another, next month,
Doesn't matter,
or
I can
if
come
you-
or however you want to do
visit.
it, that's fine.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis, any other remarks?
No, as I said earlier, I think the people that work in the business office work very hard, and I think this shows how hard they actually work and how dedicated they are to North Penn.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed,
Okay.
and I'm sure we'll be seeing you again.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'd also like to say that we do need to consider the audit position or appointment also being placed on the agenda for
Yeah,
next
that's
month
one thing.
also,
You wanna-
because at the
What's
close
the
of.
board's pleasure on that as far as for reappointment? Do we want that on the agenda for this month?
Yes,
Because
And
we
leave-
still
and
have
leave it
work
as
in
it is.
progress, even though it's not
Right.
related to his fee, I mean, I still.
and leave it as it is.
Good
Right back up.
service.
But I think we have to demand that he print things in print that I can read.
Yeah,
My gosh. it's
you'll get a
small.
fancier copy. Bill,
I think
you
you
will
heard-
get bigger numbers in
No,
your.
the real one's much
copy
larger.
field.
I don't know who Xerox did or what this
Okay.
did, but
No,
Is
this,
it Dennis's fault? All right.
Bill,
Well,
in the
we tried to
formal
do it so
report.
you'd have it all on one page, because the complaints in the past have been when you have to turn the pages that it gets too confusing.
And you lose your
Okay.
titles. That's one of those pull-out pages that expand out to about here, condensed into one, so we'll take
Okay,
care
I
of
didn't hear
that.
anyone objecting to that,
If
that
we
we
could
would go
move-
ahead and move forward to get that on the agenda
Okay.
for next week.
If anyone has any questions, they can
Okay.
contact me.
Okay.
It's basically at the same
For a
annual rate as in the past, which was about $8,000 less than what we were paying previously for our audit reports.
Yeah, so
$8,000 a
just
year.
so the board remembers, when we brought Nellie Falconer on, we saved $30,000 over 3 years. We saved almost $10,000 a year from our previous auditors.
Well,
So
then that will be on the agenda for reappointment.
I think that
Okay?
would keep things moving efficiently.
Okay.
Serve the board best. Okay, now on the bond project
Okay.
report, we will go so far with this, but I think each of you know, as you were mentioning, the elementary school needs is certainly going to have an impact on the.
Thank you, Ed.
Can't hear you. I don't know if it's working. On the bottom line of the
Can everybody
report.
hear out there okay, or is it a little, do we need to turn the volume up? Is it okay? Up a little bit?
Yeah, up a little bit.
Up a little bit.
You can't hear
I'll
Vicky.
try to talk louder.
Okay. Yeah, but even when I thought I had noticed some people, I don't know, gesturing that perhaps the sound needs to
Right.
be brought up a little bit.
Yeah, they're usually pretty sensitive.
Yes, usually just bump them.
And you
Tonight-
squeal. Okay.
Okay, can you bring the sound up a little bit and, Mr. Sure.
Attached into the, on the agenda is a listing of projects being proposed based on discussions that took place in the past at budget time, as well as since that period of time.
Let's make sure everyone gets the
Items
right
of
page.
interest.
It's the page after what Mr. Furman just
Right,
announced.
flip
the very
over
next
where we
page.
were.
Correct.
Okay. And Dennis is going to, explain to you these areas, the projects committed to be included. There are certain aspects of this that maybe need some explanation so that there isn't any confusion. You'll see the 1991 bond refinancing listed there. It's clear for everyone to understand what that means. It does not, while we would need to borrow that money, the money would actually be refunding an existing debt. So it wouldn't be increasing the net amount of borrowing by $5 million. We're not going to be increasing. In other words, for that, it's going to be there if, in fact, the interest rates in the market is still good for that transaction. I know at budget time there was a proposal for a wraparound, and perhaps it could bring a greater benefit, but we need to touch base with the market right now, because certainly if issuance costs are going to be greater than the financial gain at this time.
In my conversations with Mr. Bradbury, the rates have not changed. We have not been damaged yet in the market. The only liability we have is with the $2.3 million that we've put out already toward the VOTEC renovations. We're losing between $9,800 and $10,000 a month in interest on that money out of the general fund. But I can assure the board at this point, as Mr. Furman said, that there's about $50,000 left in the capital projects fund. Art and I have been working hard to stave off paying some of the bills until we can get this bond going.
Right. I brought that up at last month's discussion, when we were dealing with a general fund approval for expenditure of further funds.
Correct.
From there. But Dennis, I'm gonna let you go through. I see some of these areas, maybe really the ball may fall in Art's court, because they're dealing with
That's correct.
facility
Art and I
projects.
we really worked together on this list today. We wanted to present to the board what has been committed so far, at least in our minds, to this future bond issue, and also list those projects that have been, some of which have been brought to the board in prior meetings, but there's been no final decision on. If you look from Hatfield Cooling Tower down, all those, I think, have been brought to the board, but there's just been no final decision. So before we can proceed, we want to wait and try to get some type of consensus on what the board's pleasure is on including these in the bond issue.
I believe it is important that we reach some decision soon, because again, that was, Dennis's $10,000 figure was simply based on the VOTEC funding. Now he's entering into the general fund and expending funds.
Well, and
Beyond
all
that,
signals
so-
in the economy point that it's going to stay pretty steady, and if not increase. But now that the election's over, I always have that basic conservatism that something could happen. So I still think it's in the best interest of the board to do it as soon as we can.
Right, and I think, in all fairness, to explain in a little bit easier terms to our audience, is that the board realizes that we need to borrow somewhere between $25 and $30 million. I think that's the bottom line. I think there was concern, wow, we need to get a bond in November. Are we actually, did we need a bond in October? Well, we didn't have all our decisions made. We're trying to pull final decisions together as to really how we're gonna package this bond. And I think the debate will be tonight, or the discussion will be, is to find out if we can get consensus for a bond for the action meeting next week, or perhaps we may have to delay it one more action meeting. I think that's, I think that the intent of this board is to have a bond before the end of the year. And I think the goal was October, November. We're going to try it for November. If we can't reach consensus, then we may have to wait till December. That's why down on the lower part of the page, that you can look and see elementary facilities, a question mark, technology, a question mark, buses, a question mark, and then as Dennis said, from Hatfield Cooling Tower down, those are other items that have been brought up in the past, and we really didn't get into any at-length discussions on any of them that I can remember, and that's what we're here for tonight.
Correct.
But again, there was concern, and I think as a result of the election, it's true. I mean, Wall Street pretty much is stabilized, and things are, there's no real sign of any dramatic increase in the near future.
Correct. And that's what Mr. Bradbury's feelings are also.
Right. So, what else, Dennis, do you and Vicki have to add before we really get into a discussion about bond? Again, keep in mind, I think we're gonna have to get into the discussion of elementary, and then maybe come back and revisit. And we're gonna try to attempt the package of bond tonight, but again, I don't know where we'll go with it, but let's give it a try.
Right. That's really all, that's all I have. I just wanted to make sure that we had all the projects on the table.
Well, for all those who may not stay with us until we revisit this, along with, putting the disclaimer on that 5 million that's here as a part of the net total, before someone runs away and thinks that we're gonna just tack on 27.5 if we go with this listing to what our existing debt is, along with that 5 million, we're dealing with the Penndale and Penfield renovations here because of the funds that were taken from the bond in the past by a previous board to purchase the land at Keenest Road. I mean, this is something we've adopted. We adopted a situation to where bids were let without the funding being maintained to honor those contracts. So there's some big numbers there. We're talking 1.8 that I see there where the funds would otherwise have been existing in the district, as well as the Pembroke and Penfield renovations at the end too. Correct, Dennis?
That's correct.
Essentially, how many millions of dollars were taken from the 92 bond for the property, the 6.2, 6.5?
All told about 6.5.
6.5 million.
When you add in the EDUs that were purchased in addition to the regular purchase price, it's about $6.5 million was taken out of that bond.
For which it was not
for the
borrowed.
Keenest Road, which was not, yeah.
It was not a part of the
That was
purpose
not
of the
budgeted
bond.
for
There were
out of
other
that bond.
projects designated through that bond.
That's correct.
So, as we look here, and we're gonna have this to our signature, the fact is there's $6.5 million that have been expended that we now have to catch up with because the building projects are still online. And those who approved those and put those in motion didn't secure the funding.
Right. Let's talk about it. Don?
And Mr. Kelly, the number that was always touted for Keenest Road was 6.2 million. Where did the other 300,000 come from?
There was additional dollars when we,
Are these attorney fees?
no,
Financier fees?
some of those are, Mrs. Mengel, but when we bought besides the original purchase, then we had to go back and purchase the EDUs that had already.
Okay, that's why I thought it went from 5.8 million up to 6.2.
No.
And now you've gone 6.2 to 6.5.
I think 6.2 is more
6.2.
accurate.
I've always had in my mind 6.5, that's what I've always looked at.
I understood there was additional
That's very-
expenses associated with the property.
Yeah, I don't have that figure right in front of me, but I can get that. for you.
Perhaps the architectural fees? Remember there was design work
Yeah,
designated to
actually,
that?
There was $500,000 spent in architectural fees.
And
Total
we put fees
expenditure
in there.
shows at $7,054,431.
What was that again?
$7,054,431, which would include $549,800 for architectural engineering fees. The land acquisition is $6 million, and Dennis is right, $503,971. And there's a contingency miscellaneous for $660, which gives you a total of $7,054,431.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty, project, Bridle Path contingency and Walton Farms contingency. Help me with that, Warren.
Yeah, Bridle Path contingency is a need to go back and replace some dead plant material as per a township requirement. And
The township's requiring we replace dead plants.
that's correct, that happens at every project, and that goes on for a number of years.
part of the land development, right?
It's not uncommon in your land development plan. In fact, there's 2 blocks of concrete that have cracked that I need to go back and replace on Taylor Road.
Okay, concrete's one thing, plants are another.
Plants. We had a bad summer, if you recall, not this summer, but the summer before, where we had a drought. We lost some street trees, we lost some other plant material, and there, the township's landscape consultant comes in and tells you what you need to replace. But that is not uncommon. We're facing that also at Gwinnett Square right now.
Well, you know, people are worried about keeping their homes, and you've got townships worried about dead plants. That's disgusting.
Mrs. Mengel, before you go on,
certainly.
I have the breakdown for you of the land purchase.
Certainly.
At Keenest Road, the land purchase was $5,832,500.
That's what I thought.
The purchase of the EDUs was $605,205. We had a real estate fee of $36,000. I think that was to Dager and Dager. Legal fees of $14,160.
Give me the legal again, I want that real loud.
$14,160.
Wasn't
Thank
Mr.
you.
Gordon?
Settlement cost of $14,606 and an appraisal fee of $1,500, which totals to $6,503,971.
Okay.
Mr. Mengel, going back to the Walton Farm, I still have not made acceptance of the HVAC system in that building, and we're holding money on the contractor. That's what that is.
Okay. This note would be for approximately 20 years? 20 years? We're looking at the
Correct.
bond issue? Art, I'd ask.
Unless the board decides that, as we discussed earlier, if there is a technology portion of it, they
Would be a
can-
short-term note.
have a shorter term for that portion of it.
Okay. Mr. Wood, in your professional opinion, some of these such as the contingencies, the driveway, special ed folding partitions, and the computer lab, those, do they have a 20-year life?
They have a life actually greater than 20 years.
Okay.
When you think about the paving at the high school, it's never been redone since, actually 1970. It was down the year before we opened.
That's correct.
So that's a 26-year life.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, more questions on, we're working off the list. Let's see if we can attempt to agree on what the upper part of that page, if we can package that part together. Let's see if we can get that far.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Dennis, on the top portion, the 91 bond refinancing for $5,050,000.
Yes, Mr. Superior.
On the long-term debt page, on page 6 for the audit that Mr. Furman just read from,
Yes.
it shows an amount payable by, in June of '96 on the 91 bond is $5,970,000. What is the difference in this?
The difference is the debt service that will be paid on this in the interim. That would bring it down to the $5,050,000. If you remember when Mr. Barbara was here, he brought that to you before.
Yeah.
And he showed where the debt service will pay it off at that point and bring it down to $5,050,000 during this fiscal year. You have to remember that the figure you're looking at is what it was at June 30th.
The Pembroke and Penfield science labs.
Yes, ma'am.
That is separate from the Pembroke and Penfield renovations.
That's correct.
What is the $85,000 at those renovations?
The $85,000 is something that we've been carrying for a number of years, which would include renovations to the auditorium, main office, guidance suite, and health suite. The major expenditure is renovation to the auditorium at both Brook and Field.
The major portion of that?
Yes.
Okay, and the special edition folding partitions, I wasn't aware that was going to come out of a bond fund when it was presented to us, when we went out for bid.
When we went out to bid and we had that discussion, it was agreed that we would take it from the bond fund. It was not budgeted for. If you go through the budget, it is not in the budget. There were some items that remained in the budget. For an example, the replacement of the boilers at Oak Park, that was a one-time expenditure out of the budget. The site work that we did at Gwynnmore was a one-time expenditure out of the budget, but the folding partitions became part of the bond issue.
That details seem to have escaped me somewhat along the way. As far as the lower part goes, not voting on this tonight, but in order for the board to really have a good grasp on, especially the components below that have the question marks by them, I think what would be really helpful, and I know a lot of this has to do on what the board decides to do, but I think it would be helpful for members of the public to see what is being recommended and some of the differences in what is being recommended, especially along the elementary facilities. There seems to be, two very well-defined recommendations, one by the administration, one by varied members of the board that I think should be taken, I think both should be taken into effect when we begin to decide what to include in this bond issue. The other area is the technology plan. I'm looking at, Mr. Kelly, your memo to Dr. Bose on November 11th in regards to the 96-97 budget computer equipment that was taken from the budget.
Yes.
And I'm also looking at a list provided to us by board member David White. And
Hopefully, Mrs. Krieger,
I guess what I really need is some clarification on what we're doing. We have a list of computer items here. We have another list of computer items and services for us to consider, but yet we haven't even looked at the technology plan yet. And I know that it only makes sense to include those in if we are going out for a bond. But on the other hand, I personally would like to know what this board wants to do initially and where we want to go initially.
And that's a fair statement. I mean, it's.
So, I'm a
I
little
think you stated it well, that it's hard to make a final decision on how much we need for a bond when we don't even have our technology plan finalized. However, everyone sitting here knows that there is at least thought, there's been some thought given that, should we put some money aside for technology? So I think I mentioned earlier about cart before the horse, and maybe it is, but yet, here and I think whoever wrote this up did a good job of let's throw it out here and really, this is kind of a framework of what we think we're looking at, and unfortunately there are some question marks, and we may not get consensus tonight. We may have to wait till December. I don't know how much longer we can wait for our finalization of the bond, but we're kind of in a
But one thing,
tough situation.
one thing I wanted to let Mr. Whites know, and I guess I have to publicly admit that I am somewhat computer illiterate. A lot of the things that you have listed here in your memo, Mr. Whites, quite frankly, I couldn't tell you what the replacement of a VAX is. I'm assuming it's a piece of equipment. The information that's in here in regards to a router for ESC and 17 building routers, bus garage, and North Penn High School router, I don't know if those are programs and equipment or if those are salaries. $50,000 around here is usually about the going rate for a beginning salary. I guess what would be helpful to me in regards to some of this equipment is a simple glossary of what's allocated directly for the classrooms and what's directly allocated for administrative purposes. Because I know we've had a lot of discussion about upgrading, the administrative computer equipment here. And we've also had separate discussions about computer labs at our schools. And the other thing that I found to be just quite amazing is that we're still looking at doing another 2 computer labs at Penndale. I apologize. Didn't we just renovate that school? I would think, and I would hope that there was some thought process given to that bond issue, to that project, to upgrade that school, to bring it to where it needed to be in one area, technology. And to receive a list like this and to see that we're still short at a school that we just spent,
We're not finished.
we're not done yet, and we still need further bond money to finish it off. And to see, you know, a figure here of $69,000 for a Pendle computer lab. I guess, you know, I guess what we need maybe, Mr. Clements, is another meeting.
Well, we tried to have it again.
Prior
We-
to the work, to the action meeting that is
Well, there's no
going-
way we're gonna have another, I doubt we're gonna have a meeting between
I mean,
now
maybe-
and the action meeting.
Maybe the solicitor can shine some light on, you know, our state, or Dennis, on where we are right now, on the need to go out
Well,
for this new
What
bond.
we have to do is, as I said, if I'm losing about $10,000 a month in interest, and the main purpose when I recommended this to the board is that we could fold everything together and do away with double issuance cost and just do everything at the same time. I think what I have to look at is, where's that break point? Where's the break point where we're losing more interest than we're going to save on fees? And I will have that, I will do that this week. I will try to figure out at what point where that break point is.
Well, I understand, you know, your concern with a loss of interest. I do understand. At the same time, as a board member, I have a problem proceeding to go out for further money when I don't even really understand yet, and I don't think the community understands yet, what the plan is.
Sure, and I
So,
appreciate that, Mrs. Krieger.
With that dilemma in mind, I leave it up to, you know, the board to at least come to some consensus tonight on how to proceed, especially these three areas. I mean, let's look at the issue of buses. We have a situation here now where we've taken a walking situation from 400, correct me if I'm wrong, 460 students walking down to 30. And based on recommendations that have been made, I would like this board to have a discussion before we go out for more buses under a bond. Can we resolve some of those situations, some of those hazardous situations, by doing something simply as putting crossing guards in at some of the areas that have now been deemed hazardous again? We haven't had that discussion yet. The recommendation has come to us that we need more buses.
Okay, and that
So-
just came up 2 weeks ago?
No, I
Or less than
understand that.
Right, I mean,
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, you know, let's get the show rolling.
Right.
And let's,
and on one hand, I think I'm hearing the board saying, you know, we want to move forward with this bond, okay? But on the other hand, we have a lot of unfinished business that we need to clean up so we can package it together. That's why we're here. We may need to have a few more meetings on these different items. But again, the buses, that pretty much just got dumped on us in the last 2 weeks. As far as the technology update, we've delayed that due to, we want more, we've requested more information. We've requested an update as to where are we today, where do we want to go tomorrow, and we still don't have, you know, we're still waiting for that update. The information is coming, and again, we weren't sure about what was going to happen with interest rates, where was bond going to go, so I think we had a sense of urgency to get the bond, and that, again, that's why we're here. So I don't know what the answer
I
is.
just don't want to get into another situation where we go out for bond money and spend it for things it wasn't intended
Right.
to be spent on. And that has happened here in the district in the past. And bond monies has been used for things it never was intended to be used for. And this needs to be the board to turn that around. So I'm finished.
Okay,
Thank
well, I
you.
just want to make sure, try to get a handle on where everybody's positioned. You'd like to discuss further, let's get some more information up front and perhaps delay really going out for a bond. I think that's, I'm reading you correctly on that.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that, Mr. Clements, and
And I don't know either.
so, I mean, we may have to just,
Dennis, from Mr. Bradbury's and your best professional opinion, how much longer can we wait?
Well, that's what I'll work on tomorrow, to find out. I want to get a good handle on what the issuance costs are and give the board a presentation on where we are, you know, where we are going to start losing money or gaining money.
Right. I mean, I'd like to get it done.
But
Right.
But on the other hand.
Like right now.
But you're pushing for one issue. You're trying to get all this wrapped into one issue. Maybe that's just not possible.
Well, that's what I'm saying
There's
to you.
money we know we need right
That's what I'm
now.
saying to you, Mrs.
And then there's
Campbell.
others here that we can argue with forever.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, the break-even point. At this
Right.
point, I've lost $30,000 in interest. I want to see what the fees are, what the
Dennis,
fees
you
would
didn't
be.
lose $30,000 in interest any more than we have 30 million more in debt.
Sure I did.
I mean, we're not in this to make money. I mean, you're
Well, the
talking about
district-
you know,
the district
there's
lost-
a debt picture here that goes with this.
That's correct. The district lost $30,000 in interest because of the $2.3 million that we no longer have in general fund that's in the VOTEC fund.
You're talking about interest on monies that would come in through the bond.
No.
No, I'm
Through the
talking about
taxes.
interest on monies that we've given to the, we sent $2.3 million over to the VOTEC that
Okay.
normally would be in my investment account right now.
Yeah, but if
earning
you floated a
interest.
bond, you still would have, you know, I mean, you're not really losing, because if you floated a bond, you still would have to pay interest on that money you paid to the VOTEC, correct?
But that term is
That's
gonna be
correct,
the
but that's
same.
not general fund money.
Right, I understand that.
That's
I'm
right,
saying.
that's the difference.
Well, the fact is that we budgeted, actually, at the beginning of the year, if you recall, the 5 million, there was a savings attached to that, and that was a part of the budget process in
Right.
balancing.
I think we
The millage,
budgeted
so-
$140,000.
But if you
in
keep doing
bonds.
that kind of math, look at all the interest we lost on 6.2 million on land we'll never use.
Oh,
Right.
you're
Okay.
100% right, Mr. Mayor.
So, you know, we could do that all night long, but I see a push here for one issue when it looks like we just may have to go for two. One that is, obviously what we need now, and one that might be the short-term note that we keep talking about.
And that's fine. If
And
that's
how
the
much,
board's
how
wish, we can go
costly
with
is that? I mean, what are we talking here?
That's what I want to look
But,
at, Mr.
but the
Chairman.
bottom line, as Mrs. Krieger brought up, the Penndale Computer Lab, I mean, that was a question, I think there's a question there. I mean, I think if you look right down the line by line, the top, when you look on the upper page, the 18 million, the tech school, the refinance, the Penndale renovation, and then Brookfield Labs. I mean, right there, we know we need that.
Well, we've committed by
We've
contract.
committed to it.
Right.
I think that's, it's a good point, Donna. We may be forced into two separate issues.
Right.
Bond issues.
Right.
And tonight, we could try to gain consensus if we want to go for what we know we need.
Yeah, let's do that.
Which is somewhere around 25 to 28 million, somewhere in there.
In your savings on fees, to try and get one issue, we
Right.
may be careless and borrow more than we need and spend more than we, you know,
Exactly.
heaven forbid the picture here.
I think I felt, when I made that recommendation, I thought we were closer than obviously we are on the technology decision and the elementary decision.
But in all fairness to the list that I asked the administration to compile on technology, there are some items in there that are absolutely critical to the running of the business aspect of the school district. Definitely need to be addressed.
But see, David, that would have been very helpful for me to know. I mean, when you
Well,
just
understand
gave
my
a
reasoning,
straight
I did,
list.
yeah, I mean, I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking because I didn't know where the discussion was going to go to, but my reasoning for asking for that list is because I was really worried that tonight we would come to consensus on a bond issue that would not address any aspects of technology. And that the term I
That has to be
used in the
done.
memo that I wrote to you is that I wanted the board to earmark funds for technology. I understand we never have to spend that money. I understand there still is a cost to borrow it. Technology funding should be paid back in a shorter term than in a longer term, and there are those aspects. But if we really do have a commitment to implementing technology, if this bond was going to be, if we were going to reach consensus on this bond tonight about a dollar figure, I felt an urgency to get those items that were most critical, that had the highest priority, at least according to the administration, of items that we should consider funding. Doesn't mean we have to do them, although there are some items on the list that are critical. But I really felt that to show a commitment towards technology and to the plan that will be brought forward, that if we're going to reach consensus tonight, earmark some funds and the justification will come forward for it.
Yeah, but that's
I don't
backwards.
have a problem earmarking funds for technology.
Well, understand, that was my request.
Like I said, I think that it should be with the understanding that it is falling into the plan of what's in the strategic plan and what is the first step in the strategic plan in the technology component for us. This makes it seem like, and even though you've told us in your memo that this is maybe just making a little bit of a dent in in the whole picture, in the big picture, in the 6-year plan, it still is it's a good chunk of change. And, you know, I see a lot of things that are needed administratively. And I guess my question to you is, should that be the first place we start? Because it seems like all of the improvements that we've had so far in computer technology and that we've spent bond money on already have been here, have been administratively. And I don't see the enhancement in the classroom. And I guess what I need, David, is a little bit more of an education on how that, you know, all comes together. And we really, you know, we don't even really know what the general assessment is of what we need district-wide yet.
Again, I felt there was an urgency that if we were going to reach consensus on borrowing money, and this was the only bond that we were going to discuss for a year, that I felt I had to put a place marker in there. And there are many items here, as I said in my memo. In the absence of an approved strategic plan, wrong item. The list provided to me does not begin the implementation of the proposed strategic plan, but is compatible with it. Is compatible with it. And again, that is to say that we have not begun the implementation of the plan, but there are items on here that are critical to the continued operation, to the business aspects of the school district. And Dennis has brought those up. We have an accounting package and a payroll package and all those things that are on the verge of collapse because of the age of the software.
David, that's the number one item, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
There are some items there that there are resources to students. Some of these alleviate technological support problems that we face that don't keep our labs up and running. I said I'll discuss this to any level you want, item by item on the list. I did ask that Mr. Nyman be available. He is here tonight. This list came from the administration. I asked them if this was something that they could support, and again, a place mark, something to say that if we're going to reach consensus on a bond tonight, put funds aside, because there are items here that are critical.
But we promised we wouldn't do it that way. And I think that's why we have to go to two issues. We promised that we would not
That's
borrow
fine.
money and then back into buying. This is, in all due
Again,
respect,
my concern
Mr.
was this
Weiss.
was going to be it for a year or more. And if that was going
I
to be
see.
it, I'm going to make the best pitch possible to put some money aside. If we're going to do this again in 3 months, the strategic plan will be presented. There are justifications for all the items on this list that are all compatible with the plan,
Right.
that become part of the overall plan. They
Well, I
can
don't
be
think we should. I
justified.
don't think we should take a desperate position in technology like this. We want to address technology. It should have its day in
Again,
court.
there are still items on here
We
that
need
you should
answers.
address that are absolutely critical for this bond, regardless of how much you choose to borrow. There are items in here that are critical, and Mr. Kelly has talked about some of those. There are aspects in here that directly relate to students.
Well, there's talk and then there's chit-chat. Technology deserves its own day in court. We're not buying gym suits here. This is technology. This is supposed to last us a decent amount of time. It's supposed to turn the administrative process and the finance department all around, and it's supposed to help the kids. It needs its own day.
But a delay in some of these funds pushes off real problems for 6 months or 9 months into another school year, into another problem. And I'm confident there are some issues here that relate to running this district, that one day you will face a crisis and you'll be forced to do it without much discussion, because we won't have the systems to support the business in the school district, as I understand it.
Well, we've been asking for this for a long time. It's not like, you know, we're sitting in a vacuum somewhere. We've asked for a
How many times has
technology
Mr.
report
Kelly
for a
made the
long time.
pitch for the software? It's been going on for months.
And that's my point, David, and I'm looking here at a memo that came to us in April, where the new financial administrative software was listed for $350,000, but yet in the administrative list that you gave us, it's now listed for $300,000. I mean, is it gone on sale, or, I mean,
As a matter of fact, Mrs.
We
Krieger,
did get a
I
great
know
bargain
it's-
on it last week.
We have a revised proposal.
Okay,
As-
well
Well,
then
then put
how do we
technology on the
know,
agenda.
how do we know that if we, you know, and I hate to use the word delay, I mean, it's not a delay.
But what you're about to ask
One of
is
the
exactly the
things-
point of my use of the term earmark, set aside.
It's definitely
Because
a difference
every
of a
time
thought.
that funds are expended towards technology, they have to come before this board with a justification. The purpose of the list is to say that there is over $2 million in expenditures that can be brought forward with a good reason to purchase, that in my view, if I had the evening to do it with Mr. Nyman, with the strategic plan, I believe that you would fund many of these items. The point is that when they come forward, the prices will be different.
Wait a minute, we did that when the long-range plan came forward, and you were not here that evening, and one of the questions that was asked of Mr. Nyman was, what was his initial assessment district-wide of what we currently have here in the district, and what his best guesstimate was for what we needed immediately, a year from now, and within the length of the strategic plan. And with all due respect, Mr. Nyman hadn't even had a chance to do that. And I found that a little odd, because when you put together a strategic plan, I think the very first thing that you need to do is a general assessment of what you've already got in order to know where you need to go. And I look at this as, and I don't mean any disrespect, but I look at this as Donna put it, backing into an expenditure, putting the cart before the horse.
How do you back into expenditure that you have to approve?
Pardon?
How do you back into an expenditure that you have to
We
approve?
approved to renovate Penndale, and money was taken and bought, Keenest Road was bought with that money.
And
That's
there
been the
was still
history of
It was
this
done by
board.
another
there.
board that had planned to build a second high school. How do you equate one with the other?
Because this board's supposed to be different, Mr. White.
I don't understand. The land was purchased to build a high school.
No.
The board at the time
Money for
approved the
Penndale
plans
was
for the
used
high
to buy
school,
Keenest Road.
and they did what they felt they had to do at the time to pay for the land with the understanding that money would still have to be borrowed at another time. It was done with all good intent
I
by the
disagree.
previous board to build a high school.
I disagree.
With what?
That bond money was acquired to do Penndale.
And the
What
situation arose at the time to use it in another way with the intent that the money would be borrowed to make up the difference. What is the difference between going for a bond fund today and saying I'm going to borrow the money to buy the land, or using it as it's available and then replacing the funds? The intent is still the same.
David, I have to disagree because.
Well, let's disagree. I'll argue with you all night
We
long
need to
on the
move
issue.
on, but the fact of the
You
matter is.
don't want to move on. You want to discuss how another board borrowed money to buy land to build a high school, and you still don't like the way that was done.
Wait a-
And there was nothing that was done outside of the public view or was improper.
David, to be honest, when you make legal obligations, absolute commitments that you haven't borrowed the funding for, you don't have the money in your account
Was it
for,
done
it's called a bad
improper?
check.
Was it illegal?
It's a bad check.
Was it illegal? Was there intent to defraud the public in any way?
Did anyone know? When did we find out? When did we find out that there were bids let on Penndale and no money for that? How long?
You found
After
out,
we were committed.
How could you not know?
you found out, I think, the night
Af-
that the bids were awarded. I think Mr. Potash brought that to,
It was a different board, but no.
well,
I
he
don't
brought
think
that
so.
to your attention, that at the time, they were letting bids for
Well, that-
money we didn't have.
This is so.
Yeah,
But we
this is-
knew where
We
the
knew
money
we were
went.
supposed to get.
This is
We're
not
getting
even
off.
on
That's-
point
we are
here.
losing focus here.
On point.
Let's
We've
get
lost
back-
focus
let's-
on this
Let's
point.
get back onto the point whether this board wants to commit funding to technology without knowing exactly what it is we're gonna buy. That's
I
the bottom line.
personally, first of
Okay,
all,
wait, hold on, we can end the conversation.
financial
okay?
liaison, first of all, in order to amortize
All right.
a bond, according to the lifespan of the items, you need to have the item to be evaluated. Are we talking little incidental things? Are we talking something with a depreciation of 3 years versus 5
You made your
years?
point, Mr.
We're
Chairman.
gonna at least,
You
John,
made
I
your
haven't
point.
said much.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I mean,
But-
you made your
but-
point.
Whatever, it doesn't sound to me like there
John?
is support to put this into this bond, okay? But I think I am hearing that perhaps people would support looking at a second bond if we need to do it
Yes.
with some more
Yes.
information. I think I'm
Yes.
hearing that.
Yes, and it's a short-term
Well-
bond, it would be earmarked, as Mr. White has requested, specifically technology.
The bond be
If
written
in
that way.
fact, though, there is a way that Mr. Nyman can bring in a timely fashion, a phase one plan that they would like to have included here so that we can actually see what the objectives and goals and results should be from that investment, having it within the one bond issue is a benefit. If in fact, The timelines, and I will have to also disagree, David, that there wasn't an effort. There was technology planned for tonight for the very purpose of us being able to give it our attention prior to moving on this bond issue. It was not by the board's request that it was removed off of the agenda.
That's right.
So there is a serious interest here.
And we do have,
But-
I think we
but I
talked
think we need
December
to-
or January when we would bring it, when we would have we would dedicate that, basically, we should dedicate a whole night in probably January at this point to technology and figure
Right.
out what we wanna
Right.
do and what we wanna spend.
Right.
I just want to say personally, I prefer to have our general fund very secure, particularly at the time when we go out for a major bond issue. So
But
I'd like to
right.
consider that we do put a deadline on this, and you know I insisted last month on that. That
Well,
was
I
my
wanted
point
to
of view.
throw in, what do we have to do, Mr. Nyman, since he's come, I've tried to tell you that I think our system's on its last legs. He's very concerned about it. What do we have to do on the administrative level to show you or try to get consensus on at least considering now the administrative software?
Dennis, what do you,
That's
how
a
many
fair
times have you
question.
I mean, it's a
crashed?
fair question.
How many times have you
Lou
crashed?
honest to
I
goodness,
understand
Lou
what you're saying.
is very scared about the payroll system. I mean, I've already said, I'll be out at the bank getting $2 million in cash, and the schools will be coming every hour, and I'll be paying them in cash. I mean,
How long does it take to implement once you get the software?
it really takes almost a year. It takes, you try to begin your payroll system on January 1st, the beginning of the calendar year, and then you incorporate the rest of it at July 1st, the beginning of a fiscal year, so that you're not you're not losing information by trying to do it in December when you have 3 months already in. So I just wanted to, if I could get a feeling on what we have to do to show you, or what.
Dennis, one of the most consuming time allotments for the computer right now is payroll.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I requested months ago that we go outside. We got 3 bids back from different ADP and ACV, I think it was. Was told that, well, it really isn't feasible. Then I was told that this company, ACV or whatever it is, ADV or whatever it was, well, no, there were 3 of them. They could do it. Now I'm hearing it can't be done.
Well, they could do it, but the thing with
Now, there are
outsourcing.
other school districts that do it, and most of the time, and what has me concerned is you wanna spend another $300,000 on a new system, and we have $560,000 tied up in the present system, and I understand it wasn't too many years ago that there was an upgrade to that.
That's
And
correct.
if payroll is requiring the most time on this system, then I think rather than hit the taxpayers with a 10-year bond for $300,000, which is gonna come out, God knows what the interest is gonna be compounded, because we don't outsource payroll, and it seems like we're reluctant to do that.
Well, we're
And
not
other school
reluctant.
districts do it.
We're not reluctant to do it. I think
We're
we
not
looked
ready.
at it, and what it means, Mr. Mosey, is outsourcing payroll is not going to eliminate people from this district entering timesheet information. What that will do is save 1 day when they stuff checks. All that information is still going to have to be compiled by the employees of this
Right.
office. We're not sending them our timesheets. Somebody has to sit and input that into the system.
Dennis, let me ask you now, from what I
Ken's
understand, from what I understand about payroll, okay? I've seen ADP, for example, how it works.
That's
You
correct.
set up your schedules. Once a week, you call in your exceptions. Am I right so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in a school district, we have many exceptions. We have more hourly employees on the support staff side than we do salaried
How
employees.
many exceptions? 500?
Easily,
500 exceptions a week.
easily.
How many?
That get
Yeah,
keyed
Ken's
in.
had his hand up for a while. Ken?
Well, I'd like to say several things. It's difficult for me to be quiet. I know that's my role as board secretary, to be quiet. But in late summer, I assumed responsibility for technology. And certainly Lou Nyman and I have spent more time together since late summer than we ever imagined we would. It's been a crash course in all of our many problems related to technology. A crash course for me. You'll recall that I said I could not present a definitive report tonight or next Thursday night
Yep.
because I was not ready to participate in addressing the comprehensive long-range plan that was discussed in midsummer. It's my understanding that there was considerable shock regarding the costs of that plan, in excess of 25 million, I believe. And certainly that plan needed another look to see what we would call phase one. What will we really call phase one? And I've learned since mid-August that we have serious problems, and we have serious problems daily. I'm embarrassed to tell you that 7 kids sat and looked at computers today at Penndale, and those computers didn't work. And that's a typical day. Now, our normal style is not to come to this kind of a meeting and say those kinds of things. But we have kids in our middle schools looking at computers every day that don't work. We have significant problems in our computer systems in the libraries, in the middle schools. They take turns going down, being inoperable, and it's even affected some of the elementary schools. We have many serious technology problems and urgent needs. I agree with everyone who says we shouldn't try to deal with this tonight in a complete and definitive and thorough way, but we must address this. If we were to go with the software for financial years 97, 98, we would need to have that ordered and ready to begin to put the new budget on starting late winter. And we would need to work with that from late winter through July 1 for the fiscal year that follows. And we would simultaneously need to operate the existing VACs, which we're worried about, because there would be functions that we must continue on that in addition to continuing the present budget.
And if I can just interject a minute, Mr. Weir, and please don't anyone on the board think it's only payroll. We have personnel on it. We have our purchase order systems on it. We have student scheduling on it. There are many, many areas. It's not just payroll and not just finance. There are many areas included with this.
We need to talk about being sure that we can issue secondary report cards on time.
Correct.
That we can schedule our secondary students successfully next year, that we can schedule our secondary staff successfully next year. There are many monthly financial reports other than payroll activity.
Correct.
All the purchase orders, what you've mentioned, and the payment of bills in a timely and efficient manner, and all of the many functions related to technology. The list that Mr. Weitz has given you, board members, is, as he has said, completely compatible with the intent of the long-range plan. It's a number much less than the long-range plan number, and it's a different beginning. It does not begin by wiring all the schools. Wiring the schools is not our crisis. The crisis we have today and tomorrow is 7 kids that look at computers that don't work at that building, and how many more at another building, and how many more at another building. If I could fix one thing before I went home tonight, that would be the first thing I would fix. So the kids had computers that they could use because they're scheduled to use them in their classes tomorrow. I'm sure you would all agree. That's what we must do. Now, looking at a longer view, we have to make a decision to get ready to do whatever. And in response to Pat Mosey, who says we were interested and enthusiastic about outsourcing payroll, we all were. All of us who visited that outsourcing firm were eager to make the move. We came home and began to learn, as we talked and processed with each other, that we were insecure that our system here was ready to be compatible with that, and we couldn't handle it. And they weren't going to come in and solve our problems for us. We had to solve our problems before we could outsource payroll. So we have things to do to get ready, to get comfortable, to get secure. I think we've said before that personnel, human resources, if you will, and the financial business office payroll are not connected and are not interrelated. They must be. We must move toward an efficient system where the Human Resources Department, payroll, and the business office are absolutely compatible, working together. And we are not there. If we were, I think we would all be ready to outsource payroll immediately. It sounded like a grand idea, and we wanted to do it. We were committed to do it. Well, I have strong feelings about this because I've spent so much time on it. We've been in crisis management for weeks in the area of technology, and we are doing the best we can, but we need more time to talk with you, and we need to talk with you if it takes, as Pat says, 2 nights, 3 nights. I heard him suggest it may take more than 2 nights, 3 nights. We have to talk this through, and we have to settle it. We have urgent needs, and I know you want to help us solve them.
Mr. President?
Sure.
As finance liaison, I had said we were going to maintain this schedule. Given the fact that many of the parents are here for elementary enrollment, that's also a very extensive and much-needed conversation. And obviously, we're not reaching any conclusions right at this moment in time on this bond issue. We can revisit this subsequent to our discussions on elementary needs, if there's some thoughts out there regarding whether we should work to move at the next action meeting or whether another month's delay while everyone responds to the questions and concerns regarding different aspects of the borrowing plan. In the meantime, I'd just like to take this initiative to suggest that in respect for both the board and the audience's time, that at this moment we defer what's left of this finance report until after you move forward with the elementary needs. I think rather than deal with the budget calendar, which is not happening tomorrow, it is something that we put on here because finance was going to come on deck and bring an overall picture. There's some very important things to speak about as far as changes we're going to make and discussions on format and consensus on the parameter of the budget. But I think at this moment, perhaps we should move forward and then we can see where we're going with the elementary ed and maybe revisit this after that. Unless you all prefer to just stay here and then go on to budget calendar.
I want to hear some other comments.
Mr. Clements, I just, I guess what needs to be said at this point is that there is so much contradiction in numbers that are given in one document versus numbers in another. And this is where, my doubts, my questioning, this is where it stems from. Mr. Kelly provides us, as I said earlier, with the budget computer equipment list that was pulled out of the 96-97 budget. And in here is a computer distribution worksheet which shows a total number of computers needed in 10 buildings to total 70, or I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 buildings showing 74, but yet in Mr. White's list, I see 221 stations. That's a dramatic difference.
That's explainable.
It's explainable.
Okay,
It's explainable.
but this is my point. This is my point. Also in here, listed by ASN number as, okay, Dennis?
Yes.
Let's just take printers, for example. You've got printers in here that are $200, you've got printers in here that are $450, you've got printers in here that are $5,000 a piece.
Well, and that's reality.
Well, it very may be reality for the administrators, but someone better make it a reality for the board members that have to vote to approve it. Because what I see is discrepancy and disparity.
It's not discrepancy, Mrs. Krieger. If you read that memo.
May I finish, please, Mr. Kelly?
Before, I have to address the word discrepancy. What that is.
I said disparity.
Disparity or discrepancy. What that is there, when the schools submitted their budgets, and we put those figures into the budget, at that time, we told the board, if you look at the dates on those, they're dated May 7th. We told the board at that time that we were going to pull, in order to save on the tax increase, we would pull all the computer equipment that was submitted out of the budget to be put into a future bond issue. When I originally came to you about a bond issue,
The business,
I
you
said, correct, well, no, and the schools. I had said that there was money pulled out for both the administrative software and for the schools. I wanted to show you what the equipment that was requested by the schools was prior to Mr. White's. That was done prior to any strategic plan or technology plan or anything of the sort. I wanted to show you where my figure came from originally, and now Mr. White's is showing you what that equipment is being incorporated into the technology plan in addition.
And both lists are valid.
Both lists are
And
valid.
it's all explainable.
And some of the
Correct.
items in yours have already been put out to bid. Bids have been opened but never accepted, isn't that correct?
Correct. We had put those items out to bid, and the bid was opened, and at the time when we kept contacting the companies and extending the bid, and it got to the point, it got to be 90 days, and we've just dropped it, so those items would have to be rebid.
Are these replacement items or new items on your list, Dennis?
Some are replacement, most are new. Our technology, we don't have that much to replace. Most of
So
everything
why
we're
are
getting
we
is.
purchasing new technology when we haven't addressed the impact of the long-range strategic plan on technology?
Let's drop technology work for now. Let's get back to find out what we can agree on. I mean, we'll get to elementary, okay?
No.
But even before we get to elementary, let's get back to the top of the list. And I wanna find out if we can all agree, maybe we can't, but can we all agree that on the upper half for the 96 bond issue, that everything on the upper list, with the exception of the Penndale Computer Lab, okay?
That's already been purchased.
What has?
Penndale Computer Lab that you see there.
What do
That
you
can
mean?
come out?
That's not the lab I'm talking about
And-
today.
And
With
they
what
need
fund?
2 more besides that one?
We have 3 labs in the building. The
One
basic
new.
specification for the building renovation included what you needed to run the lab. In other words,
One was a facility.
electrical processors, etc. One lab, since we had 2 labs in the building, and we were opening with 3 with the new enrollment numbers, we equipped, out of the budget request, we equipped the 1 lab at $69,892. That's the lab that works day in and day out. The other 2 labs, we used existing equipment, and they're the 2 labs that are failing hour in and hour out.
We have one new lab, 2 weak core labs at Penndale.
Well, the one on here, Ken, I'm confused, the one for 69,000, that's the one that's operating now?
We have a perfectly fine new lab at Penndale.
Is that the one?
We have no complaint. We have a wonderful new lab at Penndale.
Well, if this is on the
We-
bond issue, how did we pay for it? We haven't paid for it yet?
Yeah, we paid for it
Out of general fund?
no,
This is
we
for
paid
another
for it it's been paid for out of bond funds to be it's more or less to
And
be
it would-
recaptured, along with the science labs. The science labs are both done also, that are on here.
Which science labs?
Pembroke and
Pembroke and Field.
I just saw them last week. There wasn't a piece of equipment. It's a big empty room with
Well, they're
them.
working tonight. If you want to go down, we can go down and see them.
I would love to see those science
They do a
labs
lot.
actually developing.
Vicki, I
because-
saw them this afternoon.
Yeah.
What they look
There's workstations, there's cabinetry.
Well, I'll
It's
tell you,
not
I was there
necessarily
for
all
voting
fully
day and it
installed
was
yet,
unbelievable.
Well,
but
we
it's
have,
there.
if we were to go down there tonight, and I usually stop every night, we're working 3 to 11
Oh,
with
thank
about 8
goodness.
people, and we're moving at a very rapid pace.
Thank
We
goodness.
first had to get the case goods shipped, and that was our first delay. They were shipped on the 5th and 6th of November, and I need to tell you right now, we're very pleased with the progress.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. All right, I guess I think everyone's looking at the Penndale project with 16 million placed into renovation, not in
15
expand.
million.
15 million without an expansion of space. That as we're still wrapping up and fine tuning that somehow we're coming back and we're talking about additional labs. You know, I walked through there and we've got the Pella windows with the sealed blinds, and we don't have enough computer labs at the end of this project.
And the Pella windows were cheaper than the other windows that we had specified.
I don't know what they were, but I will tell you that I know people on the market between Anderson and Pella, they've got a, big
But they're not
price
shopping
in
at
the
Pella
elite.
commercial windows.
But all I'm saying is that we've got those nice little features, but that we could be be still in construction to be talking about not having put sufficient labs in.
But
So
that,
we're gonna
that
need-
lab would not
Should
be
be clear,
part
what
of
have
your
we already paid
renovation.
for and what do we have to redo?
It has to be above and beyond. You don't want to wrap those labs in a 30 or 20-year bond issue. You didn't want to bid those labs back when we went out to bid, they'd be obsolete.
Right.
And we fully understand that we give you the physical facility, we do the wiring, everything is ready to go, and the equipment has to be bought at the time, and we only bought that equipment in August of this year for the opening of school, the equipment you see here. And if the other two labs had been spec'd the way this lab was spec'd, we wouldn't be having the conversation we're having now.
So then as we move forward and we're thinking about the addition to the second high school, we know that whatever we're ending up with here, we still have the equipment afterwards? That's not a part of that equipment line item in the budget?
It's part of the movable, when
It-
you look at
is that
your
part of your
budget,
movable
it's
equipment?
part of the movable
Okay.
equipment. But
That's
I
what I
don't
thought.
wanna order it now, I wanna
Right.
order it in August of '99. I don't wanna put it in the
I have
base
you, then
bid.
what you're saying
In
is
the
that.
base bid, you're paying the architect's fee, we
So-
can write that spec.
So
Let's
this
get
is a
back
part
to-
of the deficit in the funding for Penndale then, is what you're saying, not in addition to?
It's not, I think that's
Okay.
the question.
It's
not
part
an
of that same
addition, it's
deficit.
part-
It's
I
reimbursement.
just asked Ken, why couldn't you could have put that on the same line item as the
right,
Penndale
Penndale
renovation
renovation.
completion.
We certainly could have, but we wanted to show that we purchased that lab, and it was a line item, it was bid, and it's installed. But it's part
Well,
of the
we should have just put a little,
It's part of the
little
15 million.
Yeah.
small A right
Confusing.
underneath Penndale renovation, and it would have made it a lot.
Of what's
easier.
reimbursed and what has to be paid.
Right, the bottom line is, everything up on the top,
Took the money.
or what up on the top haven't we considered doing?
It's all done.
So, I mean, the bottom line is, we need that money, the twenty-seven
That's right,
point
we're
five.
driving on the parking lot and driveway at Hatfield as we speak. Everything is done, except the Culp driveway alignment, which we will be beginning. And that was part of the land development plan when we put 4 modulars at Culp, and we are committed to that. And that's why we say committed.
Okay, so the bottom line is, we need 27.5 before we even begin the discussion of elementary and reopen the discussion later, not tonight,
Tom,
on technology.
with the exception of
And
the
buses.
5 million, with the exception of the 5 million that's
was
under discussion.
I'm sorry, right.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Sure, Bill.
We have 2 items down at the bottom, buses and technology, that I think we all agree neither of which deserves a 20-year bond issue. So why don't we pull those 2 issues out, just because we know we're not going to do that as a 20-year issue.
Which one, which one?
Buses
Technology and buses.
technology, neither of which will give us a 20-year
I mean, we
life.
talked about, what, a 10-year bond
Yeah,
for those?
well, we can-
Okay.
another subject to argue over later,
Right.
but it's not a 20, right?
Good.
It's not a 20.
Pat, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Discuss, not argue, discuss.
The other things, I think, is it our decision, listening to recommendations, of whether we're going to do them or not. The cooling tower, we can sit here and argue over that, and if we vote not to do it, it craps out, then we don't have one.
We can't,
You know, I don't know what else, I'm trying to get this thing moving, and if I can take out the
Doing a good
hot
job.
button issues, which is technology and buses, and I think for a legitimate reason, we take it out of the 20-year plan.
I'd say the same.
As far as all the discussion we're having on the technology, I guess this being my 3rd year, I think everybody that has ever been on a school board or a township commission has bought something and approved something to buy without knowing all the details, such as specifications on buses, all the architectural plans of an addition. And I'd like to kind of relate that to technology. I have to believe that I'll never know what a VAX is. But I have enough people, there's enough, yeah, if she hears that, she'll use it on my head. But the point is, there's enough people here that know what they're talking about, that I trust are trying to do the best for what's going on here, that if they tell me we need a VAX, I'm gonna believe we need a VAX. If we're gonna argue over the price of printers and monitors, I don't think we're ever gonna get to the bottom line of this issue. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to hear a little more explanation, but I don't personally need a detailed explanation and a line-by-line itemization of every cable, printer. Just tell me we need it, show me that we need it, and let's get on with it. And we'll do it like we normally do, which is, good people here that know what they're doing will write specifications, put it out for bid, and we'll decide whether we want to buy it or not.
10 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Don?
The, I don't want to say smaller items, but the lesser items here, $5,000 on that contingency again, $4,500 on the cooling tower, and even $10,000 on land acquisition. That's approximately $20,000 or thereabouts. I don't want to pay 20 years for $20,000. I think that's something that can be found in the budget, just for starts. The $5,000 and the $4,500 for the cooling tower. We stiffed the PSBA dues for 1 year of $10,000. We all know how much good they do us. We stiffed them for 1 year. That's $10,000 that paid for that in 1 year. It's over with. And then PSBA can come down here and explain to us what they do for us when we need them. I just think those items should be taken out and paid for in cash one time and it's over with.
Pat, we're,
Yeah,
keep discussion going.
well,
It's fine.
first of all, I'm concerned because it looks like if we start talking facilities and technology and buses, we're gonna be over $30 million. You know, for months I've been hearing we were looking at a bond about $25 million. Now I see $27 million, I see another million for the bottom items, and we haven't discussed technology, facilities, or buses. We're gonna be over $30 million. I'm concerned with that, and again, I agree with Donna. I'm not too keen about, you know, taking a parking lot at Hatfield for $55,000 or a driveway for $20,000, putting that on a 20-year bond. You're gonna pay 3 times that much by the time you pay your interest. I think I can agree to the top 4 items: high school, technical school, the refinancing and the Pendel completion. That I think we should take care of immediately and get that done. And
But
I
the
think we
tech
should
schools-
look at a separate bond for the other items.
There's gonna be money that goes into paving into tech school in that bond. You don't think that when they do the tech school expansion, they're not gonna have to do land development and repave? There's gonna be
Well,
paving
that was
done
part
there.
of our 2.6.
That's still a bond, it's gonna, a 20-year
Well,
bond.
no, but I know that, but we need to do that because Dennis gave them the money out of the general fund. We need to get the money back.
And the
You know,
driveway is,
and
and
for that-
the driveway is paved at Hatfield already, that
That's
is
fine,
done.
but I'm saying, I think the lesser items ought to be on a shorter term bond. I think the bigger items, the
We're looking
18 million, the
cash.
2 million, the 5 million, the 1.6, I think we can put that on a larger bond.
Well, we're here to try to
But I'm
come up
concerned
with,
I'm concerned
what
with
kind of bond?
$5,000 on a 20-year bond.
again, it depends how you break it out. I mean,
Right.
Yeah, you
Mr.
can,
Clemens, can you just clarify one thing for me, please? You said that the Hatfield parking lot's already paved, and what
I
else is
believe so,
already done?
Yeah, it's paid.
everything on there, I
above-
believe, is.
everything in that area above or committed is done. I mean, the folding partitions are installed, we're using them daily. With the exception of the culvert driveway, the bridle path contingency, they're the only 2 items that have not been done. And the Walton Farm, that's a commitment. The only reason you see that here is that's part of the bid for the HVAC work at Walton Farm. I have not accepted the total contract, and we're only holding that money as a contingency to pay for a bid that this board awarded 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But I'm still holding the money on that contractor because we're not satisfied with the product we have. That's a very common thing.
So we have $540,000, $530,000 that's already been earmarked or virtually spent.
Yeah, but you know, the interesting thing about it, Pat, every time we list something like this, you folks have awarded a bid and knew exactly where we were going. The science labs at Brook and Field, we awarded a bid and we committed to this cost,
Right.
and now we have to pay it.
Absolutely.
I understand.
Well, I understand that.
We all understand.
I mean, the ideal thing, folks, and we haven't been able to do it in this district, I look at $525,000 for replacement fuel oil tanks, which have to be done by December of 1998 in accordance with DEP regs, I'm sorry. I'd love to have you budget that next year out of the general fund and we write a check. And it's behind us, but every time we get to a millage increase, we could give you 4 mils worth of capital improvements, but we never seem to make it past the final budget adoption.
You're right, Art.
And I, you know, I don't have a better answer. I mean, I wish we didn't have to replace these tanks, but you know, the Nash tank has been in the ground since 1974, Hatfield since 1970, and we can't afford a leak, and we can't afford not to live by the rules set forth by the agencies that control that very process. It's not a nice expenditure. It's not a fun thing to do. I mean, I don't get any great excitement out of putting new oil tanks in the ground.
Oh, yes, you do, Art.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Okay, I have
We
to,
need to take a break, we're about out, we have what, 30 seconds left? Okay, we can take a break, change the tape, 5 minutes, we'll be back.
If you're not color coding,
Majority that says let's delay that and let's package that into another type of bond. Does anybody
Agreed.
Does anybody disagree that that we don't have, or says we don't have a consensus to do that? Anybody have a
I would
problem?
just like to say, I'm not trying to delay, I'm trying to get it in, I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to get something
Done, and I appreciate that.
And I'm also trying to make the bond issue compatible with what we're buying.
Okay.
But my
Okay.
purpose is not to delay.
Right.
I don't think that's the right thing to
Okay.
do.
So, again, we're
Yeah.
gonna try to delay any more discussion on technology in buses. I'd really appreciate it if we could just save it for January, okay? And we'll look at a short-term, we'll look at an agenda that may consist of looking at a short-term bond for technology in buses.
Mr. Clemens,
Mr. Clemens, I think we're gonna run into a problem if we wait to have a discussion on the buses in January, because I think Art said our only leeway time is between now and the beginning of winter sport.
This is a different, what you're seeing here, Mrs. Krieger, is a different bus issue. This is a down the stream, starting to replace the fleet.
Right.
We've had 2 years of new students in the district. We've had a reconfiguration at the middle school level, and we're doing it with the same number of vehicles we've had in the past. We need to start talking about that, and that's why I had Dennis included on the bond issue. The fleet continues to get another year older. We continue to bus more people. We need to have a couple of nights on transportation.
When do you need to order buses, please? To have them for next September?
Well, depending on how
Just
we
keep in
go.
mind, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
On the purchase bill or lease, we need to have some direction, probably no later than January.
Thank you.
Mr. Clemens, I'd also like to suggest that we have a scheduled meeting in December that is typically a short meeting, and that presents us with an opportunity of being together and holding a special work session, if you will, to discuss technology, and that is the night of our reorganization,
That's the first week in December.
first Monday, yes.
I did check back on the history of the boards, and that has happened. Ken and I talked about that. We discussed that, right?
There have been times where we had a very brief meeting and adjourned. There have been times where we combined it and had a longer evening and had other topics. That depends on your wishes for that evening.
It's December 2nd?
It's
December 2nd.
It's Monday night.
The first Monday of
The first
December.
Monday night of December, whatever night, I believe that's the second.
We'll be electing officers, that can be done in 10 or 15 minutes.
I think we stay because we're all here.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
We stay because we're all here and there's
I
plenty of
hear-
work to do.
Yes.
So as part of reorg, we will have a special a regularly planned reorganization meeting, but then we will also move into a special work session to discuss technology. Questions?
Yes, I have a question. Will Mr. Nyman be, will he be prepared to show us where we are currently with technology, what we have and so forth? Because that was asked during the strategic plan, David, and I still haven't seen any information as to what we have. All I see is the request for more. not even
I think
knowing what we
I think I
have.
can say with a high degree of confidence that he will be able to tell you exactly where we are. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, we got something to
I
comment.
certainly hope I'm not putting him on the spot, but I believe that
You're shaking.
he has collected most of that information, and for the most of it, it needs to be tabulated for you.
And David, I will say also in regards to this list, I did check some of these requests against the strategic plan, and they are in the strategic plan.
As I said, it is compatible with the strategic
Well,
plan, if not
compatible
a
is
phased
fine.
implementation of the plan.
Compatible is fine, but my concern is, and I think it's a concern of some other board members, that, you know, we don't put the cart before the horse, that if we're going to talk about strategic plan, are we going to wait, you know, to see what some of our priorities should be then? Or do we just start ordering stuff now, and then perhaps when we get the strategic plan, we purchase it, you know, additional equipment over and above what we talk about the strategic plan?
Once
That's the concern I have.
Once again, it was not
I'm
about
against-
it was not about ordering equipment, and even in the memo that I wrote to you, and
Yes.
admittedly, it was very late because of my
Right.
concerns.
Right.
If you'd like to talk about some of the numbers, I was prepared to do that this evening.
No,
And,
no, that
for
is
example,
separate.
I mean, and Mr. Nyman can bring these numbers forward to you, but, for example, there was the issue of the 210 workstations for the elementary schools. I can tell you today that 60% of those computers in the elementary schools are 15 years old. 40% of them are Macintosh computers that are centered in 4 of our buildings, of the 40% that are left that are usable for the future. I mean,
This is the
when we
kind of
talk
thing we
about,
need to know.
I know, when we talk about critical information, I mean, these are the things that I told you I would be happy to discuss tonight, to tell you why I think we need to put a placeholder and get the money allocated so that the information can be brought forward, so that we know the money is available, as in Art's terms, when it's time to
Yeah,
write the
here,
check.
We're back in the.
I know, I'm sorry.
I know.
All right, Mr. Clemens, there's
It's
without a
only a
doubt, there
5-year
is,
topic.
there are a number of board members here that know that we will be spending approximately at least $28 million. There are those that may feel it's closer to 30, 31 million, but it's between 28 and 30 million or thereabouts. And the other consideration here that has to be discussed or placed on the agenda is what we're going to do with Keenest Road. That's at least $6.2 million sitting over there doing nothing. And some people think that's just fine, and there's others who don't. So it's between 28 and 30 million,
No.
and then what to do with Keenest Road.
Actually, it's
It's
more.
more.
Because
If we're
we
gonna
need to
do
get into the
elementary,
discussion of
right,
elementary,
right.
whether we add
Gotta add
modulars
that.
or
And
what.
technology
That's
and
4 million.
buses. You haven't considered technology and
No,
buses?
No, I'm just talking
We're gonna
elementary.
separate that out.
You gotta add that to your 27
Wait a minute, you're right, she did.
and a half.
She did. 4 million was the recommendation on,
You said 28, didn't you?
I say between 28 and 30, 31 million.
Okay.
Okay.
In there,
All right,
that we know it's in between there.
okay.
Right.
So at a minimum, we know we need 28 million.
Yeah.
Now, remember,
mean,
Mrs. Mendel, that
let's-
5 million is not new borrowing. When, the third line down, the refinancing is not, you're also
Correct.
reducing prior debt. So think of it as 22 million that you're starting at, not 27.
Is everybody clear on that? That we're really looking at borrowing 22 million of new money? No?
No, that's what I was trying to say before, I don't think Pat understood either, $5 million.
Let's clarify that. Let's
$5
get
million
that
will
clarified.
be applied, $5 million from the refinancing will be applied to the bond, the 92 bond?
91.
91 bond.
It's right there.
To reduce that debt. And the only reason why the transaction will take place, or if it does, is if in fact it's gonna bring a benefit to the district in the, interest rate exchange. And that's what Dennis says, that's why that is a question mark. He still has to check that to
We
see
have to
if
make
it's
sure the
really
market
worthwhile,
conditions
because
are
you don't
still
really
right.
go
Right.
through these shell
Before
games
we
with
do
your
it.
bonds if it's not a significant savings.
I have two questions for the solicitor, if I may, Mr. Clemens. Solicitor, how strict or how stringent, how narrow a contract, the bond statement can be made to hold this board to spend only what it says it's going to spend on the evening it's accepted?
Well, there's a difference between your, I hope I'm answering your question. If
Sure.
I'm not, I apologize. There's a difference between a borrowing for a specified item and the subsequent approval of the expenditure out of the bond fund for that item. Whatever you decide that you're going to borrow for, your bond counsel will configure this so that the borrowing is appropriate. any expenditure that then comes from that fund has to be voted upon and has to receive a majority approval of the members of this board under, I believe, Section 508 of the school code. So in order to make that expenditure for a contract over $100, it has to be approved by a majority of the members of this board. So there's a difference between what you're doing now, which is configuring what amount of dollars you're going to borrow in the or through the bond issue, and the subsequent expenditure by means of contracting for whatever service you desire or whatever facility you desire. There's a difference between those.
Okay, well, bond after bond, boilerplate language was put forth by our former solicitor that allowed just about anything to happen once the money was here. What I'm asking you is what could be written to tie this board to the commitment that it makes the night it makes the approval?
Well, that question is more appropriate for Mr. Franklin, but
Okay.
I'm sure he'll tell you that the bond can be strictly tailored to apply to only certain things. And obviously then, even for those certain things, you would then subsequently have to have an approval of the majority of this board to actually make the expenditure for that contract at that particular time.
Right, Mrs. Mengel, if I can clarify, I think in the past, this administration and myself personally have told to this board that there will not be another bond issue without a budget. The budget will be attached to the bond prospectus. You will get monthly reports based on that budget. If you say we're going to spend 15 or 18 million on the high school addition, you will get a monthly report on what that 18 million is made up of and what is spent year to date. I've told you as long as I was here that that's what happened in the future. You're 100% correct that what was written in the past gave great leeway to do many things, land, equipment, and I think we've all decided that that will never happen here again.
Okay, but we're only here 4 years at a time to make sure that that happens.
That's right.
The other question, Solicitor, is in regards to Keenish Road. If this board would consider selling that and whatever sum is received for that property, what must be done with that amount of money? What is allowed and what is not allowed?
Well, again, that, as I understand it, the Keenest Road money was taken from a bond fund.
Correct.
Generally speaking, it would be the case that upon the sale of that asset, that the money from that sale would go back to satisfy that debt. In other words, whatever existing bond debt there is that's outstanding, the amount of money that was received on the Keenest Road property would go to satisfy that obligation. That would generally be the case.
Okay, so it should be clear in the minds of all board members that any sale of said property doesn't go back into general fund. I mean, that has to be applied against the debt.
That would be, obviously, my opinion would be subject to the review of bond counsel of the appropriate documents, but generally what I've indicated would be the case, and then your understanding would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody, that's a good question. Is everybody clear on that?
Certainly, when I spoke with bond counsel, I asked them, quite frankly, could the funds be somehow transferred over into feeding the budget as a revenue? He said that, well, his legal advisement was that it absolutely could not be done, that you know, and it's back to the same philosophy which we yelled and screamed about with the use of bond money. Basically, it's unethical and downright illegal to be charging taxpayers for services on long-term debt that they no longer hold. You know, if the property is sold, it's no longer in possession of the taxpayers, and certainly the taxpayers that are here today or the future should not be paying for property it's not in its holding. So my understanding is it would be applied, and I personally was going to ask that we discuss that towards the end of developing this bond issue, because it does have the benefit of providing us with a reduction in our debt service because of the reduction in the principal. However, for whatever misunderstandings are out there, if anyone thinks as they move through the elementary enrollments that you can just make a swap and consider that money there to be paid, it's never been our money. It was a bond that was rated to buy the land to begin with, and when you rob Peter to pay Paul, you can't just go throwing the money around Tom, Dick, and Harry and call it a day. We now have to take that money back to where it belongs and move forward. So that's, if anyone's working with these numbers and thinking they can just make a minus here because we'll just count that,
Kent.
as the profit or the cash source, it isn't.
Okay, well, we'll see where we go tonight. We may want to come back and revisit and talk about Keenest Road some more. Let's, okay, let me make sure I'm with Donna on this one, make sure we understand it. Let's start with 27.5. That's
Right.
right where we are. Everybody sees we're at 27.5. We all realize that 5 million of that is refinancing, so we're really looking at 22.5 million of new money.
Okay.
Everybody on? And then Donna, what you meant by as the discussion goes further tonight with elementary,
Elementary, right.
there's somewhere, what do we talk, whether we decide on modulars or NAP and modulars, we're somewhere between 1 and 4 million?
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay, 1 and 4 million. So let's just use the high number and say 4 million. We're talking basically now $26.5 million of new money, 26.5, if we use the 4 million, okay? And then add the 5 million of the refinancing, we could be looking at a total new bond of 31.5.
Correct.
You with me on that? Is everybody with me on that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me go through it one more time. Start at 27.5. You with me there, right?
Yes.
Now I did just so everybody understands. Take the 5 million out for refinancing for now, okay? So we can talk new money.
Right.
We're at 22.5 of new money, okay? But now we need to get into discussion of elementary, which will require more new money, okay? I put the higher figure in of 4 million, okay? Because I'm looking at what the top is right now. So we're at 26.5 of new money, okay? Then factor back in the 5 million of the refinancing. We're looking at a possible total bond of 31.5 million. I think I'm right on that.
We have
Okay?
to put the
You are.
5 back in for the bond, but that's.
I
the
did, that's putting the
That's
5
the
in.
actual net debt.
But the
Right.
new bond would be 31.5 if we chose
Right.
to go for the NASH and the modulars, I'm sorry, NAP and the modulars at NASH. Are we on the same page on that?
Yeah, and the
Yes.
net effect on our indebtedness would be
Okay,
about 26.
27.
Yeah, or it could be as low as 31 point, or actually it could be 29. It could be in the high 20s, but we need to get into that discussion on elementary to see where we're gonna go that way to get an idea for what we wanna do on elementary. If we wanna try to get consensus tonight to go for a bond. I'm still not sure yet if we're gonna get there, but we'll give it a whirl, all right? So, and again, forget the Keenest, that Keenest Road money, if we were to decide to sell it, we can't apply that to any new projects. That's just to pay down debt if we would do that.
Correct.
We can only pay down debt.
Well,
What are we paying on interest for that money per month? You know, okay.
We're
It has to
paying
pay
yearly.
down that bond, that
You
particular
know,
bond, I'm
what's it
sorry, I
cost
need
us to
clarify.
hold that land is what I'm saying.
Well, at the going rate, somewhere between 5.1 and 5.2.
No, I'm saying
that
the interest we're paying on the bond that we pay for, you know, obviously it's like a mortgage, you know what I
That,
mean?
oh, I'm sorry, I'd have to go back,
$6 million.
I'd have to go back and look and see what the interest rate is.
Just, I'm curious to.
Okay, let's come back. Let me see if is there consensus that we need at least 27.5? Bill says
Yes.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Therese, yes. Donna, yes.
yes.
John, yes. Vicky,
figure, will probably be in the.
okay.
ballpark.
David, I'm sure yes.
There's a question, at least?
At least, yes, right. Okay, so but I'm trying to, we know we need at least, and we all agree that we're going for at least 27.5. Pat, I'm sorry, I was waiting for you for last.
Got by that, yes.
I thought you might be.
Okay,
It's a
okay.
hybrid.
Now,
Not
okay,
equal.
so I know we beat around some of this little stuff on here, but I think we realize we're right around, and just as, long-winded what Donna said, we're at 27.5. Now we need to move forward and discuss elementary to see how much more we are going to borrow. Unless anybody else wants to beat bond for a while yet.
No, kick off.
Okay, I don't even know where, I skipped the budget framework, but we're gonna skip it. We're gonna go right into elementary, and we'll come back.
Dennis put a lot of work into that.
Can I just ask a question?
Your feelings hurt, Frank?
Sure.
With the memo that we received back in April, as well as the memo from the 9th, Mr. Kelly, it's indicated that, amounts of money that would be included in the 96 bond issue would deal with repaying the 92 bond. But yet tonight it's dealing with refinancing of the 91 bond. Is anything included in this, or am I like
Mrs. Krieger, the
on
money,
a different issue?
repaying that's a different issue. Repaying the 1992A bond is where the money was spent for Keenest Road. That's a different issue
So if Keenest Road
than refinancing
is
the
sold,
91. Right,
that would go to pay off that bond,
correct.
or pay down the debt on that.
Pay down the debt.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
you're welcome.
Are we ready to move into elementary?
Yeah, go.
Well,
Well,
Tom,
no, we're not yet. Hold on, Vicki?
excuse me, but the budget calendar that's here, what you're seeing is mostly dealing with the administrative internal guide calendar for the most part. We'd like to have at least some consensus. It doesn't require a board vote, but
Okay.
if you recall last December, when I brought forward a list of initiatives, asked if there were any comments or concerns, otherwise I was moving forward. And then, a few months later, some of those initiatives were, somehow became a matter of confusion within the board, such as zero-based budgeting.
You just want to
different
find out if
things.
there is
There's
consensus
a-
that we could keep moving forward with the calendar.
With the planning towards this budget calendar, Dennis was looking that we could have a discussion regarding the budget format. I mean, you will see here, what we're moving towards is a justified line item budget. Since the word zero-based budgeting had so many different definitions and was getting caught up in a very exaggerated implementation, what we're looking to do is a justified line item budget. I'm not recommending the summary that we were attempting to use, the Cliff Note type version that was, because it's inadequate for the board to even begin to address. So we would do a line item budget in there. There would be, this is a system. I think Dennis would like to explain, because he mostly has dealt with these forms, where you see a budget request form here. It's a method of bringing some accountability and justification
Can-
to the
Just do it.
spending areas in the development of the budget. Now, if you want to wait for that till another time.
I would just like some consensus toward the calendar. If the calendar meets the board's approval, so that we can start moving ahead, at least telling people dates so that they know when they have to be
Just do
prepared.
it.
I like the calendar.
No problem.
Are you comfortable with it, Dennis?
I'm very comfortable with it. I think it's very
Dr.
workable.
Bose?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to see that we had a lot
Yes,
of
we
problems last year.
We use it.
I have a question.
All right, we're
Disadvantage.
gonna
Go
stay
ahead.
with
These
budget for a
forms,
while.
how many of these do you expect to be generated throughout the district?
Dennis would know who his distribution is. He wanted this for, also that you'd be using it following up with the ordering, right? It's sort of like
Correct.
a combination,
It's a
purchase
combination
order.
of budgeting and ordering.
And it's dealing with the funding that's at above the basic allocation of the building. Isn't that correct, Dennis?
Yes, they're used, Mr. Allen, to filling out forms similar to this. What they're gonna have to do is just justify the items that are on it. It won't be lump sums, it'll be more identifying particular things.
Any other?
But even that
There's
discussion,
consensus for the calendar,
yeah.
okay?
If you wanna move on with the meeting.
Yeah,
we
move
don't
on.
have to. I just, I'm sorry.
When do we want to continue discussion on the, on what you've provided with us? Framework,
About April.
how about April? Yeah.
No,
Wait,
we
It
would
doesn't
like
need
to see
discussion,
if there's
you
any
just
board
produce it.
consensus.
Just do it.
Just
Yeah,
produce
just
it.
do it, right?
Just do it.
Budget calendar
all I'm waiting-
parameters
that's
and
all I
et
wanted to
cetera, but
hear.
given our discussion on
That's
just the
good.
bond
Yeah.
money, I'd hate to
That's
see
great.
how we're gonna get
Produce or shut up.
consensus on a budget for, parameters tonight, so.
Dennis, you heard it, just do it,
Fine,
okay?
thank you.
What else we need to discuss on the budget process?
Nothing.
You have consensus on the calendar, and just do the second part. All right?
That's correct, that's fine.
Okay.
You
Let's
happy down there?
Yeah,
Get happy.
we did get
Just
that
so
out of the
everyone
way.
knows what they're approving here.
Okay, let's get back to, okay.
We'll be
Moving
back
on.
in February then, Tom. Tom,
What?
February is the next date to set the exact budget meeting calendar. Right now, you've got a process leading up and that which has some liaison work and et cetera, and the budget coming to us. But for
February 11th.
actually the period of time between when we receive the budget, introduce it to the public, and the adoption of the budget, February 11th
11th.
is the agenda when we need to meet for that.
Okay.
Okay, to get those
Okay.
exact dates or as close to them.
Okay, now, elementary. Dr. Bose.
I would direct your attention to the 2 pages that have been provided as an attempt on our part, the administration and myself, to try to simplify this matter, which is not to imply there's an easy solution, but it's certainly easy to identify the problem. And the problem is that with sufficient cause, and I understand we might debate the numbers until you know when, and get no place but at a debate where we started. I think there's enough concern on the part of all those who have taken any time to study the question, to answer that yes, we do have an enrollment problem. Yes, we don't expect it to decline in the near future, and we do expect our enrollments to continue to grow in the elementary schools. We have provided well now for the middle schools and for the high school, but we have not provided a similar kind of plan which has a solution both affordable and feasible and available in the near future for our elementary schools. And our current enrollments and just a casual attention to the number that we project those enrollments to grow by next year would cause, I believe, reasonable people to conclude that we're running out of elementary school classrooms. And so I've identified, and those who have studied this along with me have agreed, that there are probably 3 fair criteria, to judge what might be considered options or potential solutions. And they're quite simply one that would provide the most immediate availability, one that would cause the least disruption, and one that would require the least or the most reasonable expenditure. And something might translate in that to the least expenditure. I have ordered from an educational only perspective, not looking at disruption, I should say not looking at any of the criteria other than educational favor, the options. And I tried to list in brevity the advantages and disadvantages that each of those options presents. I recognize they're debatable, and I recognize anybody's opinion is as good as anyone else's. But the opinions that really count are the opinions of the 9 elected school officials who have both the pleasure and the agony of finding a solution to this problem. And so, to make it as easy for them as possible, there are 8 options here that have come from a variety of sources, some from correspondence from parents who are concerned about the prospects for school without a solution and offer a solution, some from staff members who have looked at this over years, and some from newcomers like me who have had relatively short period of time, but on the other hand, I have no axes to grind either from any past connection with any favored or disfavored plans. And so if you're following me, the most educationally sound option is to build a new elementary school. We own land in Keenest Road, so a portion of that, a small portion of that, could be dedicated to that site in an area where we have a lot of growth. The disadvantages are obvious. It would take longer for that solution to be available than some of the others. It would be more costly, and it would require a great deal of boundary changes affecting almost all, if not all, the elementary schools. Then there's a kindergarten center. I still like that idea because I've seen it work elsewhere, but I'm a realist as well, and I know it's very unpopular, though honestly it provides for those 3 criteria as an advantage. And then there's the add the modulars to Nash. where we know Nash can accommodate those modulars, and add a large addition to NAP. The number of classrooms we've projected in the 10-11 range, and that also updates NAP, which is one of our older elementary schools where certain core facilities could use an update, and the kids who attend that school and will attend that school deserve the same kind of quality facilities that kids who attend some of our other schools already have and enjoy. The disadvantage is that will take a little longer to provide, and we should have probably a one-year interim plan to cope, probably in 97, 98, assuming we make a decision in the very near future while the construction phase is underway. And if we do, I like that idea and have to come up with a coping plan. I think Donna Mengo had a great idea that she mentioned the last time we discussed this matter, and that is commit to hire all the aides to give every teacher who's in a room that goes over limit a personal aide to offset the impact of that large class size for that 1 year until we get to the solution. And then there are the other options, beginning with the placement of 16 modulars, and I identify the disadvantage and the advantage to that. And the primary disadvantage is that's not enough rooms in the right place to give relief to all the grades in any of the schools that are affected by a growing enrollment. Then there's the hiring classroom aides. We've done that. There's an advantage to that. The disadvantage is that's a temporary solution. Unless we're talking about something on the scale that Ms. Minkle suggested, which I think she meant, and I would agree, would only be reasonable for 1 year. And then increasing class size is something I don't think that I want to do as a superintendent, and I won't do, but I understand the board has the authority to do that and might order that as well. But I certainly don't think it would be wise for me to do it, and now that we know that the origin of those class size guidelines was with the administration, they weren't a creature of the Board of Education's initiative or its authority. The board certainly has the right to alter that, but I won't do it because I think it's not sound. And then there's another idea that there are two of them. They're kind of fascinating. They have something to do with working with time and space. There are high schools in our country, and we've probably all known a community that had to have split sessions at a high school to deal with a large enrollment. And we know that works. We also know there are a lot of disadvantages to it, and it's generally very unpopular with the kids and their parents as well. And then there's the concept of year-round school. That has the potential for having instant relief with no additional facilities costs, except to air condition those facilities that are not air conditioned, because you increase the capacity to accommodate a growing enrollment by 25% when you divide the school year into 4 quarters and assign all the kids to 3 of those quarters. So that means that 25% of the student body is out of school at one time, while 75% is in, and you need no additional facilities. But then you have the cost of the air conditioning, and also it may not be popular with people who don't have flexible schedules for the traditional summer activities that we all seem to enjoy. So I'm not going to labor over the solutions, except to note that the one that I favor, and those who have been my counsel and my assistants in reviewing and evaluating all the options, favor the addition of the modulars to NASH and the expansion at NAP of a sufficient number of classrooms that would accommodate the growth we expect in all 7 grades, kindergarten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in the elementary schools, so that the movements we make through the boundary changes have the greatest chance of providing the relief to the most schools. I know the board wants to discuss this and has been waiting anxiously to do so, and I suspect some of you do as well. The paper that attends to and accompanies my brief overview is a product that I thank Judith Clark for completing, because I think just when you look at all those enrollment projections and all those enrollment reports, we get tangled up in the numbers, and we don't think about how those numbers impact children and teachers. And Judy's chart does that. It's the enrollment taken on the 28th of October that Judy reported for me in this format on the 30th of October. I've added the columns at the right to show where our guidelines are over, where they're near over, and where we added 11 teacher aides on after the 10th day of this school year, on September 18. At the top, you'll see a grid for the various grades, and you know kindergarten has 2 sections, morning and afternoon, for each classroom. And then I show the range of our guidelines right now at the, using what the original authors of the guidelines called leeway, which is the maximum number, increasing the ideal number by 10%. And when you do that, in my view, that becomes the new number. And so those are the numbers, high to low, in the current guidelines with the highest possible number. Circled are the classes that already have reached that number or exceeded that number. Those are the classes in the grades. So if you look at Bridle Path, for instance, at the 3rd grade, you know there are 4 classes, or 4 3rd grade sections, all of which now happen to be above our guidelines. Where I have used an X, I have tried to demonstrate classes that are close to going over the guidelines. And as since we last reported on this number, which you know now is less than a month ago, I have asked for and discovered that there are 13 new kids in school that weren't there. What did we do? It was 3 weeks ago. 10th day. Thank you. So I would suggest that the real issue here is what solution is acceptable by a majority of this board, and what this board believes are the important factors that would influence that choice, and whether or not the board is able and willing to make that choice as soon as possible, so at least whatever relief might come would be available as soon as possible as well. I'd certainly be willing to take questions or listen to it or participate in the discussion that would ensue.
Before we get into discussion, I think in light of the discussion we had last week, I certainly sensed that the board was, that a majority was heading somewhere towards either item number 3 or item number 4. And I think that we certainly, I'm sure some statements want to be made tonight, but again, I would ask that the board key in more on which decision you live with item number 3 or 4. I would ask Dennis, perhaps, or between Dennis and Bud, perhaps give us a general idea of what the costs are. I know we talked about that the other night, but let's throw some. What were the exact costs that you thought as far as 3 versus 4?
I think I have to depend on Art a little bit for that. On 3.
I have it in here somewhere.
Art is not most of the
The
calculation.
modulars is 1 point, it was 100,000 per modular that I remember, and what was the NAP thing on it, 3.4?
That was 3.9, 4 million rounded up. It was 3,993,083.
Does that include upgrades to the core facilities?
That includes upgrades to the core facilities.
Thank you.
And modulars were right around any more than 1.6 or right at
1.6. And you know, these numbers I'm giving you, they're my numbers, and until we really get to look at them, we don't know. For an example, in the modular number, we would like to use $100,000 per unit. but we also don't know what we might be required to do to the site as it relates to increased parking or whatever. I mean, we all understand what we had to do to put 4 modulars at Cull.
And new trees.
We
Plants.
put in, we planted trees.
Plants.
Put in sidewalks.
We put a sidewalk in nowhere. We're gonna soon, widen the driveway as part of that agreement. That's the money that I still carry forth. And we changed the playing fields in the back, and we increased the parking area. So there are other costs. It's hard to tell until we get into the land development plan exactly what those costs would be.
Don?
For conversation purposes, $100,000 per year.
Mr. Wood, on the 16 modulars that the 5 schools mentioned, you're assuming you place how many at each? Inglewood, how many?
Inglewood would be 4, Knapp would be 4, North Wales would be 4, Montgomery would be 2, and Nash would be 2.
Okay. Looking at the grid on the other side, on the flip side here, Inglewood has 2 classes that are over in 5th grade, and North Wales has 1 over in 4th grade, and yet they're going to get 4 modulars apiece. Is there any reason why more cannot be placed, or we make more be placed at Knapp, Montgomery, and Nash, where they seem to be in crisis?
Well, we're stretching, number one, you have to understand the locations that I've shared with you are the locations where we can place modular
Where you have
classrooms.
footprint, right?
And I would say by increasing any number at Knapp, if you visited Knapp, and I think it's important maybe if you have an opportunity before you make this decision, to visit with Mr. Feely and just look at the facilities and get a feel. I mean, when you look at the multipurpose room, I had the pleasure of taking Mr. Clemens there, and he wanted to see where the rest of the room was. And I said, you're there. And I think it's important that you make that visit to recognize that 4 modulars or 100 more kids will certainly strain that facility.
Art, separate and apart from the modulars, if I've talked to enough board members this week, my understanding is that anybody thinking modulars is also thinking enhancements and improvements to Knapp regardless. Regardless whether you get a hard building or modulars, the commitment to the core facilities, I believe, is there by 5 board members on either side of the fence.
Okay, well, that changes the 1.6 as far as 16.
Okay.
215,000.
Okay, but we assume that. When we talked modulars at the last meeting, Hill was here, everybody was, when chatting about modulars was happening, there was a commitment with the difference in dollars would be spent on core facilities, technology at F. But anyway, could you place 16 modulars at Knapp, Montgomery, and Nash?
We could if we changed the core facilities in that. We could probably.
Then that could happen, and you wouldn't have to hit Inglewood and North Wales
We could probably do 8 modulars.
with a
in
total
that.
population change just because they have footprint. You could do 8 at Knapp. What could you do at Montgomery and Nash? 4 and 4?
Montgomery is stretched out. I mean, we're really stretching to put 2 more at Montgomery. And Nash, as you know, already has 5, so we can only do 2 there. And Inglewood really has a little bit of a land problem, and we would have to work around. I mean, 4 makes Inglewood tight.
No, Knapp, Montgomery, and Nash. 8 at Knapp.
Montgomery, and Nash. 2 at Montgomery, 2 at Nash, 8 at
Knapp only gives you 12.
Right,
Can you do 8, 4, and 4? 8 at Knapp, 4 at Montgomery, 4 at Nash.
can't do it.
Inglewood would need
No
to.
place to put them at Montgomery, we went through that before. And at Nash, we are just, putting those 2 on now will give you 7 modulars at Nash.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to balance. I don't want to guess what the Township of Montgomery feels about anything. But I just have a hunch that they wouldn't mind being stretched out for square footage than to be moved again.
Don't have a good place to put it.
Okay.
It just doesn't work. And Judy will tell you, she was involved when we had 2 modulars that we would put back up on the back of the building, and it really does infringe on the playground when you have 700 kids in that building.
Where is this at?
We didn't have the playground in mind.
No, they wouldn't by the playground.
Yes, they were.
It's
They were
off the
out
back.
The back door
It's
on
off
the
the
county
back.
playground.
it infringed on some of the teacher parking ability. That, the modulars were right outside the cafeteria to the right of the ramp. The play yard's all the way over to the left.
Sharice, you're thinking
You're
of the
thinking
one
of the first-
freestanding
One
modular that we had
freestanding
out there.
modular that we had.
We had two
We had
modulars
two up above.
off the back of the building
Before you were there.
when we were
Before you were
finishing
here.
the addition.
You weren't here.
You may not have been here. The one that we had outside of the faculty, the teachers, or the faculty dining room, was a 14 by 70 trailer type modular for 1 year. And that wasn't overly popular, quite frankly.
Dr. Bose, thank you for mentioning this situation about aides. I just want to add that the commitment to aides, you called them personal aides, I think full-time aides, no sharing. That they, and that
We're talking about the same thing.
if we could get a little bit more information, I heard a comment made by a lady from Inglewood last meeting that, oh, the aides can't do this and they can't do that. We've made a commitment to hire a different type of aide in the 11 that were recently hired for this elementary situation, where they had teacher certification, et cetera, but this woman made the assertion that they're not allowed to teach. They're not allowed to do certain things. Can changes be made in a job description, obviously recognizing you have the teacher and you have an aide, but somebody, a qualified teacher, can take a reading group over here or can take a math group over here and provide instruction that would be approved and recognized by her head teacher?
It's not uncommon, Mrs. Mengel, for aides to help tutor children who are having difficulties, but that's assisting the teacher who has already taught the lesson. We cannot hire teachers as aides as teachers.
To do the lesson, but to the lessons taught, to go into the classroom and then to reinforce what was already instructed.
Well, they can help individual children if children need that, but they can't be, we cannot hire them for that purpose. They are
Right, I
there to
understand.
assist the teacher. If the teacher needs a variety of different kinds of help in the classroom, for example, helping with bulletin boards, helping with learning centers, helping children when they need it, helping to escort children if they need it. Sometimes there are other duties associated with that depending on some of the needs
Right.
that children have. Then yes, they can do that, but we cannot hire them as teachers.
Okay, no, I realize that, or they'd be in the bargaining unit, heaven
Right.
forbid.
Right.
But, you know, the way it sounded like they were domestics, au pairs, or clerks, and that's not necessarily the case.
They have degrees, don't they?
The aides, the current aides that we hired, yes, they do, but the vast majority of aides that we have hired and that are working for us in the district do not.
But currently, we're hiring them with the degree. I mean, the new procedure now is.
No, it was
on
only
that.
for
commitment
those
to the 11.
classroom aides.
There's-
That is not our procedure
There's
for
such a
aides.
surplus of elementary teachers who have not found employment. Many accept employment as aides, like
Right.
many become substitute
That's what I'm
teachers.
saying, yeah.
It's an opportunity to demonstrate their capacity, to become familiar with the people who make the selections when there are vacancies. And for many, it's the best way to get a full-time, regular appointed teacher job.
Well, I was just
And
following
that's a
up on-
national phenomenon.
I'm just following up on what Mrs. Mangel said, that we are hiring, we're not just hiring
Not, well,
anybody off, we're
We're
hiring
not-
people that are qualified.
we're not just hiring licensed teachers.
Right.
There are people who may not be licensed, who are very effective and very helpful
Right.
and very useful aides.
Right.
But a preponderance of them happen to be licensed elementary
Right.
teachers
Right.
who found no other employment and were willing
Right.
to accept this employment.
I think we should keep our eye on them, because if there's ever a full-time position available and they, you know, they become a part of the bargaining unit, they should be the ones we pick from.
We have always done that, Mrs.
Okay.
Mengel.
Okay. Mr. Wood, as you look at the modulars again and where they're placed, I would think that that was done with an assumption to boundaries.
It was
There's got to
done-
be, somebody somewhere has
nothing-
to have said these certain neighborhoods would be moved.
No, nothing was ever done with boundaries. We go back to our original study that we did, and that original study had a criteria as to whether the building could support. And I think I kind of reviewed that with you before, distance to core facility, adjacent toilets adequate, finished floor or grade will not cause connection problems, locate without covering existing playground, parking, or other site improvements. Can core support additional students? We had a whole list of things that we factored in, and that's when we came up with the buildings that we have listed.
What about the expansion? Let's say there's votes tonight for the hard building expansion at Knapp. There has to be an assumption upon which neighborhoods would be drawn to that school.
We have not had that
Well,
discussion, other than.
I know your part of the job was to look at the feasibility, project the cost, and estimate the timeline. But the direct answer to Ms. Bengel's question is we would change boundaries.
Correct.
To benefit from the larger capacity of Knapp, we would move kids from other school districts, particularly those that border the Knapp attendance area, where the enrollments are over our own guidelines in order to reduce those enrollments. So, and in fact, that's pointed out in the assessment of this.
Okay, but the impact areas would be.
It would require some boundary changes, excuse me.
And they would affect Bridle Path, Gwen-Nor, and Montgomery. And I just thought there had to be some predetermined neighborhoods or developments that are being eyed for this move.
No, there hasn't been.
Gwen-Nor would also be affected.
Gwen-Nor also?
Gwen-Nor would be affected. Gwen-Nor is filled up.
Well, how would that help Inglewood then? How will we help Inglewood if the domino effect isn't reaching all the way to across the district to relieve those students?
You're gonna have kids going over there.
Well, that's what I'm asking though.
Also,
Are we,
despite the fact that the fifth grade has been quite conspicuous, look at the other grades. There's some potential there for absorbing more students than in some of the other schools, according to our own guidelines. And then there are other opportunities that we haven't but discussed briefly, such as considering giving the parents the option of personally transferring their own children from a classroom they may consider too large, using our guidelines or their own, to a neighboring school or a school someplace else in our district where the same grade might have a lower than average enrollment. And many parents like that option and assume the responsibility for transportation with the privilege of making that decision. That might be something that we consider as well. Some school districts do that. I've worked in a school district that did that, and the parents who really believe class size is a big issue appreciate the opportunity to make that decision to go to a smaller class. That could be a possibility as well. The important thing, I think, for us to do in advance of September of '97 is assume the responsibility to make a decision,
Right.
support the decision, and then knowing that there is some planning time, look for other options that might even provide further relief that could be voluntary options.
Right.
Or parental choice options.
More questions? Let's stay over on this side. Sharice.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Okay, well, I'd like to see the boundaries before we agree on what to do. I'd like to know exactly what neighborhoods are gonna be impacted. I'd like to know what schools are gonna be impacted. I don't know.
Sharice, I can give a little, I think I can shed a little light on the boundaries since I've had the pleasure of doing the last four.
Pleasure.
She's still here.
At least you said
Pleasure.
The pleasure. It's really a complex thing to do. It's not easy and it's taken months in many cases, but we first look at the areas where you're going to see significant growth. And you know that in the next couple of years, X amount of houses are going to be developed. You look at those areas and see if you can sustain that growth in another building. Then you look at where children fall on streets, what grade levels they're at. You look at the combinations in neighborhoods. It's not a simple process. We spent hours with the Edgelog system up there just going through different scenarios. And it's trial and error until you can make it fit so it works and will hold for several years. That's the key. You don't want to be doing boundary changes every year. For those of you who've been on the board for several years and have lived through the last couple, they're not easy. People get used to a school, they like being in the school. But to say you'd like to see what the boundaries look like, we have to know what we're dealing with first, and what we're gonna have to be able to project that. We can rough some things out, but we certainly couldn't give you exact right now. And that's the fairest answer I
Well, a
can
rough out
give you.
idea would be great, because you've got some children in Montgomery that have switched schools 3 times.
I'll
in
give
their
you a
school-
case in
In their
point.
elementary school career, and I don't think that's fair.
I'll give you a case in point. Look at the Gwynn North School. When we
Right.
did the last boundary, we took the area over towards the end of Montgomery
Right.
Township and transferred them over. Now,
Right.
there's been significant growth since then. There were approved housing starts we didn't know of. And we're seeing Gwynn North, the growth really getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and that school not being able to sustain the growth. That's an example of things that happen and occur. You try and look out for those things. Knapp area is another point. When we had to do a slight boundary change several years ago, there was a housing development that went in that caused bridle pass enrollment to spike. And we did a very slight boundary change. We try to accommodate for those types of things, but we don't know everything at the time we're doing the boundary changes. I think for the most part, they've held for a long time since the last time we did the boundary changes. But you're seeing now the growth, and that's just part of what we knew we were gonna experience 3 years down the road.
I think it's safe to say, no matter what option we decide on, we're gonna have to redo the boundaries,
Yes.
period.
Right.
No matter
Period.
what you do.
But not
I
as much for the
understand that,
modular
but
with the
if we
permanent
want
one.
the least amount of disruption, in my mind, without seeing even a rough glance at what the boundaries may look like, I am more inclined to still support doing the modulars, but doing the modulars in a way that leaves us with not the disadvantage that is listed here with item number 4, too few rooms. There has to be a way to do modulars, which is gonna give us the adequate space that we need. I also think that, and right now, I can't really concentrate because there's too much yickety-yackety going on here. Lost my train of thought. I think that adding the modulars, doing the renovations that are, quite frankly, needed at NAP is in order. And I think that it should be included in any bond issue that we're going to do. But I still support doing modulars because in my mind, without seeing the boundaries, I think it's going to provide the space where the space is needed.
Let's see if we can get a point of clarification. Modular, in other words, the way the modulars are addressed right here, in other words, 16 modulars in Inglewood. 4 at Inglewood, 4 at Knapp, 2 at Montgomery, 2 at Nash, and 4 at North Wales. As Art.
That's what Art said,
Yeah,
but
but I think
as,
Donna was talking about changing.
but you know.
That's what I'm trying to
just asked if it was
understand, what we're
possible.
talking about.
But Dr. Bose has indicated here that the disadvantage to doing those is going to, I guess, cause a.
Well, let me point that out. I think that what you're talking about is my reference to too few rooms. Look at Nash. See how many grades are under stress right now.
Right.
Nash is earmarked for two modulars. Will that give relief where we now have 4 rooms, 4 grades that are under stress? It can only give relief to 2.
But how's the 11 gonna help? I don't get that.
I don't either.
Well, the movement would be in a somewhat of a centrifugal, if Knapp were the one school because of its enlarged size that could give relief in every grade, then we would move kids from their current school assigned attendance areas toward Knapp, so that Knapp now with another room for additional grade in all the grades is the one place where we can provide maximum relief to the schools that are adjacent to Knapp, unless we go further than that for boundary changes. for every grade.
But you have to be contiguous, so you'd have to move everybody. Even if this school didn't need help at Inglewood, if you've gotta get this person from over here to Nap,
Yeah,
you'd
hold
have
on.
to.
That's right.
Move
Ken make
everyone.
comment.
For possible clarification, Judy, do you remember what is the number of art and music rooms we have district-wide at the moment? And isn't it true that our plan for September '97 would use all art and music
With
rooms?
the exception
Of one or two, maybe?
One.
4. We would
Four?
have 4 available next year.
Is it not true that Nash still has an art and music room at the moment, but we would take it
We would
to
take it next
accommodate
year.
these large classes next year?
It's gone next year.
Yes.
So there's your third class.
So we've talked,
So if you put 2 modulars and you take the art room, then you've got 3 classrooms accommodated for, right?
Right.
You have three.
when, before we opened Bridle Path, did we not go a few students over 800 at Montgomery?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Did we not go
Yeah.
to 805 or
No, hold on.
Somewhere around higher.
Ken, I'll read them all.
830 something?
832.
Okay, that can happen again. And even though we don't want to change children at Montgomery, when Montgomery goes over 800 or over 810 or whatever the magic number is, we must do something.
And we did.
And we did, and it will again, given the growth in that area. Montgomery will once again go over 800.
And they want to be together. Was that my understanding? I mean, you had T1 over there too, right?
Oh,
At that time?
still there.
They want to be together.
Yes, they did. I mean, redistricting is difficult.
But there reaches a point where we
That you
can't
have to.
accommodate
Right.
beyond
I
a
mean,
certain number.
You have to.
Montgomery hit between 820 and 830 in 93, according to my 10th day. Let's keep going, I mean, sure.
Well, I just, I think the best solution at this point is to do the modulars, to do the improvements at NAP, and next year, where that was the other thing, Dr. Rose. You're not going to change current practice as far as classroom guidelines, for next year, no matter what occurs, either the addition or modulars. I know that the current policy says one thing, but our current practice states quite another.
Mrs. Krieger, I said that for that 1 year, if the addition to NAP and the construction of the modulars took the 97, 98 school year to complete, that Ms. Mankel's idea of using aides and allowing for 1 year our class size to increase to whatever the natural number would be acceptable as an interim to get to the better solution 1 year away. 1 year away because of the construction.
Well, I agree
2
with
years
doing the
ago.
aid situation, on top of the along with the modulars and the improvements at NAP.
I want to make sure I
Of the core
understand
facilities.
this modular, because
Sure.
I think that I sense that there are some that are ready to go with the recommendation of the administration of the full-blown addition at at NAP with the 2 modulars at Nash. Now, there's another faction who believes modulars and in fixing up the core facilities at NAP. I need that to be explained to me better. What exactly do you mean? In other words, modulars, what are we saying up doing, what would this group commit to at NAP? Let's start with NAP.
Tom, we got a feasibility study from Mr. Wood back in June or July.
Right.
And he showed us on those pages, because I went over it last night, that to bring the core facilities up to date at NAP would be $815,000. Now, if I
That
take
was
800,
everything.
that would be everything. That was blacktopping and everything. You submitted that to the state, am I correct? That was submitted
Is
to the
that
state.
doubling the size of the auditorium?
That was,
I'd have to go back and visit.
it was
I have it.
increasing the
I just added up
it's
those-
increasing the
What-
cafeteria,
Okay.
ADA standards, everything.
First of all, you have to recall that, as he said, when he evaluated these schools for modulars, he said he went through a checklist. Core facilities could sustain it or they couldn't. If they didn't, they didn't put them on the list. So I think that's important to remember, because from the letter from Don, it's as though necessarily the same amount of things had to be done, whether you increase the size of the school or not.
Well, just,
And that's not the case.
just tell me
I
what
have
the
concrete sidewalk replacement, repave the driveway and parking areas, replace the master clock, replace the glass block windows and porcelain fascia, replace water tube boiler, ATC, and convert steam system to hot water, that's a part of those expenses. That's $205,000, Tom, of that whole dollar figure, 4 million. Replace remaining metal toilet partitions, replace emergency generator and lighting system, replace exterior doors, and then, you know, the ADA Disabilities Act upgrades, which is with practically all of our elementary schools except for our newest ones. They all have about $52,000 that they all have to be brought up to grade. So you had $673,665 for the physical plant needs and cost estimates as of June 96. On top of that, then there's architectural engineering costs and a 10% contingency that took it to $815,100.
Okay, so that's
None
not,
of that deals with the expansion
No.
of a new IMC, a new gymnasium or multipurpose room, or an expanded cafeteria.
No,
It doesn't?
it does not.
no. What I would
That's why I
say
wanted
is,
to make sure I was clear what we were talking about, upgrading the core facilities versus what the administrative proposal is to basically not just upgrade, but to almost double the size of the core facility when we talk the gym, the cafeteria, or the seating area, the cafeteria, and the IMC.
There's three
Jim, and
things.
some repairing areas.
How much? You
I'd
pull,
have to
you
go
pull
back
them out
on-
of your 4 million, what do
I
you
have
have?
to go back in my square footage calculation, because it changes somewhat when you're only doing those and not doing the classrooms. In other words, I'll need to increase, I showed you lavatories in the classroom edition, I'll now have to put lavatories in the modular edition. The 8 modulars will require gang labs. I really need to have some time to compute that. I mean, everything I did was based on square footage cost.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, back to Sharice. We were on Sharice.
I'm sorry.
I took the list of costs here for the NAP project cost considerations. I added up to $938,000 roughly to do the core facilities. But now I'm saying it doesn't include the IMC and the new multi.
No, because if you look up in my.
I see that, so roughly of the 2.4 million are roughly.
I really need to go back and compute this. It's, you know, at $2,500 or 2,500 square feet for a multipurpose room, and that's figured at $1.05 a square foot. I really need to give you better numbers. I don't wanna just regurgitate them.
Right.
Even, you know, even if it ends up costing us 2.5 million, it seems to me it makes more sense to do it this way than to spend 4 million. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, Bill.
Let's see here, where do we start? I'm still waiting to hear other opinions
Well, we can
and information, but it's just a couple of, as I look at the chart behind the recommendations, I count 25 classes throughout the district that have more than half of the classes above guidelines or close to it. There's 25 potential class problems, and again, that's not rooms, that's total classes. Like the total 5th grade at NAP, there's 2 that are above the guidelines. I count that as 1 class.
wait, a nap?
NAP,
Fifth or
fourth grade,
Fourth, you said fifth.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
4th grade. So that counts as 1. So I have 25 classes like that. And again, to beat the dead horse, I think the new school should have been built. It didn't, it's not, I'm over that. But I still think that was the proper thing to do. Too late. Yeah, I'm too late. I think that of the options that seem to be being discussed here, numbers 3 and 4, I think you're gonna need a combination. I don't think either one addresses the problem sufficiently. I think we're looking at a couple of years of solving the problem and then doing it again later. And I just wanna listen and see what goes on. Thank you.
Okay, Pat?
Thank you. Pardon me. Art, this study or survey that you and Mr. Wormcastle did back in April, did he charge us for that? Or did he do that just as a service?
That goes way beyond an April date that we did that. We paid for that. But that goes back, I'd have to look at my file.
Oh, he did this before April
Oh,
this year?
yeah, I'm only reporting that in April because I had a question about what we could do and what we could accommodate. That goes way back. It did that.
But he did charge us for that, there was a fee. Now we're 7 months down the road and that report doesn't.
Well, that report holds forever. I mean, it's not gonna change.
Oh, okay, because I just get the impression that we're trying to shoot it full of holes and replace it with a permanent
No,
structure.
it tells us 5 buildings where we can place
Okay,
modules.
all right. I see that at NAP, we have a current enrollment of 498. We add 11 classrooms, we're talking 25 in a class. What do we plan to increase that enrollment to at NAP? From 498 to what?
725.
725.
It becomes a similar school to Bridal, Walton, Montgomery, and Gwinnett Square.
Yeah.
It's gotta cost a lot more than to renovate.
Those are full developments are gonna be moved down.
Yeah, those are whole entire developments. that
Has any
Technical numbers.
consideration been given, or do we have any figures as to what we're gonna need in the way of teachers and support staff? I've not heard any of that mentioned as yet. And that's a recurring cost. We're talking $4 million to build a building. But, support staff, additional buses I think that we're going to need, and teachers, that's gonna be a recurring cost to us every year.
It is, and isn't our practice, as the enrollments increase, we add the teachers to teach the additional students? I don't know how we escape that, Mr.
Yeah, but Dr. Bose, in this case, I think we could bring modulars online. In this case, we're gonna be building half of a new school, and we're gonna have to hire people immediately. We're gonna increase that staff and that support staff immediately.
If we get 325 new kids, wouldn't we hire a
Yes, we
comparable
would,
number
but
of teachers?
you told me we're increasing an average of 259, and that's an average of 259. I'm looking at figures here, and taking Nash, for example. I see 79 kids in kindergarten. These are just the ones you gave us the other day, I think, yes. I see 79 kids for first grade, 79 kids for second grade. I don't see this retention that we're talking about. We're assuming that whatever we have in kindergarten, we're going to either keep that same amount of student body, or we're going to increase it every year. And it's even beyond 10%. If I take Gwen North, for example, 85 kids in kindergarten, we're saying we're going to have 106 by first grade. Well, that's more than 10%.
Our
That's
experience
closer
at
to 20.
kindergarten, Mr. Mosey, is that kindergarten is undersubscribed. All the kids eligible for kindergarten don't always show up in our kindergarten classrooms. Many parents elect full day care experiences or full-day kindergarten at a private center, but do bring the kids back for first grade. So as we've looked at kindergarten for the past 10 or more years, our kindergarten enrollments have been lower than our first grade enrollments.
Okay, and these almost 20% increases then are accurate then?
That's been at least our 10-year experience as we've looked at least 10 years.
Okay. I think that redistricting is gonna be a bigger problem than people wanna realize. I know, I had the pleasure going through it this past year with the middle school, and I know what a problem it was, how concerned and how disruptive it was to people. I agree with Mrs. Krieger. I would like to see some kind of an idea of what we're talking about with boundaries. Obviously, if you played around with it in the computer, Mrs. Clark, I'm sure that there's something you can bring forward to the board. I would not have a problem upgrading the core facilities at NAP and putting more modulars there. I lean toward the modulars because I'm looking at the PEL studies, and I said this before. If we can use them one way, then I think the board has the right to use them as well. And I look at the mid-range, which is what we always use. Is that correct?
That's what we have used as a
Okay,
standard.
I see that in 99 is going to be our peak enrollment in the K through 6, and the year 2000 starts to decline. This building's going to come online in 1998, and 2 years later, we start to see a decline in enrollment.
Pat, the only thing I would caution you about, and that's why I explained why Dr. Sugar and I went to the townships last year.
Right.
When the PEL study was done, there are new housing developments that have been approved that were not even included in that study. And we said that the greatest area of growth, even more than Montgomery, was Tolmanson. But Montgomery is still experiencing significant growth, and they gave us the names of different housing starts and what the approvals were. So, you can look at it either way, but there is new information that comes online consistently, and I think you have to give some credence to that. There are township approvals.
I give credence to that, but all I'm saying is that, it's like we went through the middle school boundaries, and I remember, Dr. Vaughn and people were critical of what we did, but he said he did the same thing. And I'll have to go back and look at that because they were numbers that he gave me. He gave us a map that showed where the housing starts were going to be. And that's why it was divided up the way it was, because it showed Montgomery, it showed Towamencin more than Montgomery as being the higher growth area.
Correct.
But all I'm saying is that, we refer to PEL around here, and it's referred to PEL when it's maybe perhaps to some people's advantage to get us to make a decision. And all I'm saying is that you have to, if you're going to work with the numbers, that has to go both ways. If you're going to use the numbers to make your decision, then we should be afforded the same opportunity to use the numbers to make our decision.
And
That's all I'm saying.
I guess what I'm saying.
And I will do that. I will go back and look at those maps that we did when we rebounded, because it will show where the housing starts are, and that was only back in March or April.
I can give that to you. We
I
have
have
it.
it. They couldn't change that much.
They have changed, they are changing.
They
can't change every day.
Well, the other thing that has to be realized, though, in regards to Montgomery Township, Montgomery Township just overwhelmingly voted to add 2 more supervisors to the Board of Supervisors. It's my understanding that one of the supervisors currently sitting that's up for re-election next year is not going to run. That clearly indicates to me, as not only a resident of Montgomery Township, as a board member sitting here tonight, that a new political move is going to take place in Montgomery Township in the arena of future growth for that township. And I would not want to proceed prematurely with indebting the taxpayers with yet a large construction project or even another new building to meet the needs of PEL projections, other things like that, until we have clear indication come the primary, when two new positions will be voted in. And then again in November, when the re-election takes place of those running for re-election.
We need to come back to Pat.
That there's going to be a continued progression of continued growth that has been seen in the past. And I think I can speak pretty confident in relation to the results that we're seeing for that ballot question. So there's an awful lot of assumptions going around. And
And they will continue.
And they will continue.
Let's come back to Pat. We have a lot of.
I will just wrap it up by saying, I would like
Could
to
be,
see
right, I
some of your suggestions on the boundaries, just how you're going to redistrict. And I also would like to see what we're going to need in the way of staff.
Yeah,
I want hard copy.
I believe Ken wanted to make a
I think-
comment.
I think there are so many valid points of view on these difficult topics. Among the many things we said to each other in the last 10 days is that when school opens in September, we will have as few as, did you say, 4 art and music rooms in the district?
Mhm.
Okay. In a perfect world, perhaps we would like 13 art rooms in 13 elementary schools, 13 music rooms in 13 elementary schools, and 13 computer labs in 13 elementary schools. Another way to say that is 39 classrooms, and we'll only have 4. In a perfect world, we open school in September short 35 classrooms. That's yet another perspective.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Come over to this side. Start with John.
Yes, I've tried to study this information and listen to both sides, and I've come to the conclusion that, we don't need another elementary school. You could spend $12.5 million. I felt that it's a short period of time, enrollment's gonna come down. I just don't think it's a wise spending of the taxpayers' money. That's my focus. Some people call for it, and I just don't see a need for it. I do like this plan of the addition to NAP. I believe that there are, like Art has pointed out, different problems with the heating system, correct, Art? And of course, expansion of the core facilities. And by the way, I think we all would agree we have to make boundary changes even if we build a new elementary school. We're not going to get away from that. I believe in mid-range Pell. I believe that we're going to continue to have growth. I do believe it's going to peak off. I believe it's money well spent to put into a building which was 1955, NAP, is that when it was built? Which will enhance that building. It'll make it, rather than just putting modulars all over the district. I don't know, I think it's a better investment in my opinion. I think putting 2 modulars at Nash deals with the problem of increasing a building over at Talmenson. And I think overall it just seems like a wiser decision. That's Arthur, what you say you can't really estimate what it would cost for the core facilities in NAP as well as the improvements to the heating system and the electrical system overall. You just can't make a.
I would prefer to bring that back to you because it's a new concept of putting 8 modulars, which actually would go out on the side of the building instead of the front of the building. And then improving the core facilities, and I really need to do some computation before I want to give you a number. I just don't want to make up a number that may not be a good one.
Okay. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Vicki.
Art, I appreciate that if you gave it both for 8 or 4, because that make a difference as to whether it's a matter of cosmetic repairs or whether you need expansion. Keep in mind that the cafeteria system that's being used now is sort of a staggered lunch, because I saw in Don's letter he referenced about the lunchroom would have to be done either way. And under this new system, as I spent my day in the cafeteria, the students are coming like in every 10-minute blocks, and you don't really have more than 3 or 4 classes ever in there at any one time. Because of the food service. It worked very well, by the way, but I'm saying, you just, even when you're at a school like Gwinnett Square where you have a large cafeteria, the bodies aren't there. It's just a whole different rotation system rather than a whole grade level coming down in one block. So that makes a difference in the needs of NAP in order, as far as accommodating the 4 modulars that you planned. As we went through, I've heard some questions about the staff, and I've been looking through these numbers, and first I will say that the different type of process that was used to evaluate first grade and to create a number based on what this year's first grade enrollment is absolutely loses me in that it's not even consistently applied. So I had to go through and I used the traditional Pell method, which would be to take your kindergarten enrollment and take it times your retention rate from kindergarten to first grade on a historical basis. And traditionally, that would be about 1.12, 112% times your kindergarten enrollment. That does change your numbers. It does change your classroom needs. As a matter of fact, it would show that Montgomery will be a deficit of 2 classrooms in 98 that you don't show, and Gwynn-Nor would lose 2 less if you follow the traditional pattern. In some cases, we've got kindergarten growing by 30 students, and another, like Montgomery, doesn't have any growth factor at all. And yet, it has one of the highest retention rates historically from kindergarten to first grade because of the growth. So, I just like to say, as we look through these numbers, a lot of this is speculation. On top of the speculation is a lot of reaching in trying to, I guess, add everyone else's little idea of a margin or cushion to what they expect. But what I do see here is that we are talking about a tremendous increase in not only classrooms but staff. And I guess I'd like to know from Judy, when I counted up the classrooms that are existing here today, I came up with 285.5 K through 6 classes, not counting, no special ed, just K through 6.
309 classes.
Classes, but I meant K through 6, not using the ratio of 1 FTE for kindergarten. In other words, employees, K through 6 out instructional teachers, and that'll tell you. Because classes, sometimes you'll count 4 classes for kindergarten, but it's 2 teachers.
Correct.
And 2 rooms.
Correct.
How many instructional K through 6 basic education teachers do we have, Judy Miller? Ms. Miller?
Basic education teachers,
Regular ed?
K through 6.
Mm-hmm.
In elementary school, basic education teachers, we have those in middle school. We don't have, to my knowledge, we don't have those in the elementary school.
Regular education.
Oh, regular education?
Regular education classroom.
I don't have that number with me. I didn't know you were going to ask that tonight, or would have had those numbers.
No, normally they're on the bottom. There was a line here before that you subtract the teachers with the progressions. We had 282. I've counted up from Dr. Bose what he's given us here with the circled numbers for this year. 285.5 classes, full-time classes.
Full-time equivalent teacher. You're close, Vicki. I don't want to say it's that exact number, but you're close.
Okay, now as we went through here, we've got these classes being projected to increase. And Dr. Bose was making reference in one, or actually it was Ken, talking about how we would be down to 4 art rooms next year, or music rooms total. But how many do we have right now?
We have 13, or 13 or 14
I
throughout
think
the
Tom said
system.
14.
13 or 14.
Between the 2, both either art or music. Along with adding some significant classes in those schools where there are other rooms available.
But Vicki, go back to the recommendation that was made about the number of teachers the administration brought forward to hire. And we hired 2. So if in fact all of those teachers were hired, if in fact we were not supplementing with aides, then we would have taken significant portion of those art and music rooms. You know, I think you have to look at the whole picture. We did not hire the amount of teachers that were requested.
Right. But what I'm I think what a lot of us are looking for, and it won't be far before it has to come forward anyway, under these plans, because the issue this year wasn't that you didn't have the rooms to take. It was the budgetary impact of the staffing.
That's
And
correct.
it doesn't matter if you create 30 classrooms if you don't get a commitment from those people that are going to build you those classrooms to staff them.
That's right.
And so I think
That's correct.
this is the reality of making sure that if you're talking about a situation where the modulars, the NAP's going to be expanded by 11, and the game plan to actually bring more of a more appealing classroom guidelines, it's not just the $4 million for the building. It's the transfer of the staff from where the art and music teacher is on the run, and you've got 2 more teachers in every single school adding to your staffing. And what I'm seeing is like 37 staff members in 2 years.
Therein is the issue of class size.
Right.
By nature of what we did this year, we exceeded our own class size guidelines, and that's been said at this table. If that's where it's going, then you wouldn't add the staff. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You wouldn't need, yeah, the
Wouldn't need
point
the
is though,
rooms, you
everyone
wouldn't need
here
staff.
needs to think that it isn't just the building, because you're not gonna be effective unless you're following up with the thousands and thousands of dollars that it takes to staff those buildings, or staff those rooms. And as you're planning, I said, it'd be nice if we knew
Well, that-
what's the whole picture of expense here, because sometimes you're chasing your own tail.
That's not a secret. We've not presumed that you wouldn't make the match, that 11 new classrooms would mean 11 new teachers.
But I mean, beyond that, that's the obvious, Dr. Bose. The fact is, you can fill 11 classrooms with children from throughout this district, and you could still need 11 more right where you left off. Because it doesn't work that way. You can't just pick up kids at 25 and say, this is exactly one less first grade class at this school to fill this first grade class over at Knapp. It doesn't happen.
May I make a
That's
suggestion
exactly
then?
why a few modules doesn't do the job.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
That we know what we went through in the last budget time about hiring teachers. Might we suggest that those that voted not to hire enough teachers give us their commitment right now to how many teachers they'll hire, and then we know what to do.
Well, it'd be nice to have
I mean,
things
if
connected.
that's the way you want to do it,
Would be nice to have it. It would
Pick a
be
number.
nice
How
if
many
it would've been,
teachers?
Included in the report, Bill.
well, you need a teacher per classroom. That's, I
Bill,
don't need that
guess
in my
what?
report.
Guess what,
If-
Bill, at
I'm
the
just saying,
secondary
this is,
level,
if Vicki is correct,
she is correct.
okay, then if this board, a majority of the board will not commit to a teacher per
I
room,
just say that.
tell us how many teachers you'll commit to, then we'll know what to vote for an additional class. If you're not gonna vote for the teachers, don't build the rooms or don't build the modules.
Bill.
I just
At
like
the sec-
things to be.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Vicki, but at the secondary level, last year.
He's not talking secondary.
It
We're
doesn't
talking
matter, you're talking
elementary school.
classroom guidelines, okay?
No, I'm not. I'm
Classroom
talking
guidelines.
reality.
Last year.
You're not gonna fill, if
There
you're not
wasn't-
gonna hire teachers, don't build the room.
There wasn't one class
And
that
that's
my
what
daughter
Vicki's
was
saying.
in last year that had under 30 children in it.
What's your point?
You opened up Pendale, you moved a bunch of kids, you redistricted them out of Pembroke, out of Penfield, into Pendale. My daughter's in Pembroke, less kids in it, still 30 kids in the classroom. Now, whose fault's that? Is that the board's fault because we didn't hire new
I
teachers?
have no idea whose fault it is, but that doesn't address the concern at the moment,
It does.
which is
Yes, it does.
elementary crowdedness. And if you're not going to hire teachers,
Refocus.
don't build.
Let's get back to the
Well, the point
the
is-
faction of the board that supports modulars. With the modulars,
Well,
would
Tommy,
you
I
agree
think
you'd
that
still need to
it's-
hire
that's-
teachers?
I believe that we would need to hire teachers for the modulars, but at the same time, we're spending, we're throwing a lesser percent of our resources into the debt service for the debt that you're gonna take on with the expansion of NAP, and in the meantime, you've only created more of a disparity between the older schools, because now, I'm telling you, you can take a walk out to Knapp and you can see what it needs. Yes, it has a smaller multi-purpose room and whatever. Take a drive over to Oak Park. That is the most neediest school that we have in the system by the feasibility study. If you say not, I see $1.7 million in listed things here that went to the state just 3 months ago. We've got a classroom that's actually operating off the cafeteria.
I'd like to bring this to close.
Okay.
What's your suggestion?
My point is, I support the
Trying to
modulars.
understand-
I support the modulars.
How
and I-
many?
Pardon me?
16.
The 16 is what is in the report from the facilities
Okay.
committee. And Tom,
So you support 16 modulars.
if that's needed in a 2-year phase-in, I know Art said that he couldn't get all these on, but however, he's gonna have to deal with Tolmanson for Nash Elementary modulars anyway, so while he's there, you deal with Inglewood. He was going to have to deal with Knapp to do the expansion, so we're not adding that many different townships.
I'm just trying to
Into this.
understand exactly what you support.
Right. The modulars,
16 modulars over 2 years.
I would like with the 2-year phase-in so that we could actually bring on more classrooms earlier.
Okay,
And personally,
so-
I'd like to see it accommodated as best with the least amount of disruption and actually do a combination. It may require that some of the schools won't be accommodated,
But
but I
you-
don't see that happening under either plan. And that's where we would have to have a combination of the aides and special,
I'm trying to
needs.
figure out how a majority can give art direction. I mean, the
The
bottom line
modulars
is
to be worked out to the most practical plan under the
16
administration.
modulars
Correct.
and upgrade core facilities at Nash. I'm sorry, at NAP, at NAP. But that doesn't include an expanded
And modest for the
cafeteria. It
enrollment,
does not
for the
include an
enrollment
expanded
that's there.
multipurpose room.
That may be worth our
It has to,
consideration.
you can't put 8 modules.
No,
back
whether
to
it's
it, but
4 or
the
8,
figure.
it depends.
Well, wait a second, then. Well, somebody was reading off about Art's number of upgrading the core at NAP, and that upgrade didn't include the expansion of the multipurpose
Yeah,
room.
that
I
was
just
the
wanna
four.
hear where this,
Tommy,
where.
He
I
said he's
wanna
gotta
know
get
where-
back
Tommy,
to
you're
us with
asking
that.
us for
Okay, well
something.
then we can't bring it to a vote next month.
What?
That's the bottom line, okay?
What, the modulars?
Next week, I'm sorry.
Well,
Well, you know
let's-
what, Tom, we didn't have an
Unless-
administration working to sell this idea or even provide it as an option.
I'm
It's put on the
just
agenda
trying to.
with a single
I'm just
line that
trying to
says
figure
too
out
much
if we can move
disruption.
forward or we can't. That's all I'm trying to figure out, okay?
And in the meantime, I really think that the modular plan could be developed, you know, basically it's 16. You're not gonna know what that NAP addition is gonna look like if you vote on it next week either, are you? You won't know what the boundaries are, and you won't know what it's really going to contain
I
down
won't
the
know what the
details.
boundaries are no matter what we decide,
right.
okay? That's the
Right.
bottom line.
I think this is the most effective use, I think it's gonna do the most for the students.
I still
create
don't
the
understand
last
what you say is the most
disruption.
effective use. Explain it to me in clear terms. 16 modulars over 2 years and then doing what to NAP? Help me understand.
The basic upgrades to make the
And
facility.
what is that?
Like you do at Hatfield on a rotation, like you would repair any school. It's not an expansive, it's not to renovate the building to accommodate 780
Is it
if it's not
upgrading the
going to be-
existing auditorium or multipurpose room? Is it
The
doubling the size of
multi-purpose
that?
room, I believe, does need to be upgraded. I've seen it, it's a
Upgraded or
very
doubled in
small.
size?
You have to
Why
remember
should
that,
she make that recommendation?
that 8,
I'm
Mr.
just
Clemens?
trying to, because Art clearly put that recommendation out in the drawing that he did on the addition and that. I'm just
So
trying to
we're waiting for him
understand.
to come back and tell us how much it would cost to do
You
the
haven't
core
given him
facility
clear direction.
enhancement.
I asked for that at the last meeting, if you
Yeah.
recall. I asked for a development of the modular plan because it
Right.
wasn't included into any
There
development.
was many of
you have
us
the
that asked
modular
for
So you have the
that.
modular
You have the
There's
modular
nothing to
plan.
develop.
I give
No, well then if
No.
this is it, Tom, here's the facility
Right.
recommendation for it. Why don't you take that? If it's good enough for a strategic plan, it should be good enough then for the board.
we said that.
Here's the recommendation. Population projections indicate the present elementary space cannot accommodate enrollment needs. 16 modulars might meet space needs if placed as follows: Inglewood 4, Knapp 4, Nash 2, Montgomery 2, and North Wales.
How many
Measurable
North Wales?
indicators.
4?
Yes.
Okay.
Measurable indicators of success. Could accommodate growth needs, could save cost and staffing of new elementary schools. Another part of it, modular classrooms could also provide space for art and music programs where existing space has been utilized for general classroom space. Modulars could also provide space for technology centers, as suggested in strategy number 1.
I'm just trying to understand and make sure Art has clear direction as to what come back with next month.
Well,
16 modulars and what to NAP. I'm still trying to understand that.
I mean,
Tommy,
if you're gonna add.
Maybe I'm
if you're
stupid.
gonna
I'm
add
just
8
trying to
modulars,
understand what you're asking Art to do. I want to be clear.
I would only say this, Mr. Clemens, if you're adding 8 modulars at NAP, you're adding approximately 200 kids. And we have to accommodate the 200 kids.
Donna said, hey, we could, you've suggested 4.
I just want to hear a clear number. What are we
Well,
talking? You're all talking different
We
numbers.
talked 8 just 10 minutes ago, now is it
No,
down
she's
to-
talking about the long-range plan, Art.
Okay.
Yeah, what
That's
happened
what
to
she's
that?
talking.
That's fine. I love it. It says if we act in September, we can have them for 1997.
Was the
Go
NAP
ahead, Eric.
addition listed in anywhere in the long-range plan, Mrs. Shear?
No.
No, not the NAP addition. It was really talking about the fact that modulars.
So don't present any alternatives, is what you're saying?
Upgrade
No,
for-
it
upgrade-
says-
I would think that the board would want to consider what's listed in the
It says
long-range
permanent
plan
space
first.
might be difficult to dispose of after enrollment.
Yes, we are. I
No.
considered it. Yes, we did, Mrs.
I think our
Krieger.
long-range
I disagree
plan
with you. I
said
considered
if
it
we
fully.
were-
I'm just trying to understand
Don't say I didn't. I did
where we
consider it.
are with 3 and 4.
Just 'cause I don't
That's all
agree
I'm
with
trying
you.
to do, okay?
Doesn't mean that, you know, I
Okay, in
didn't
other words,
consider
it sounds to me that Vicky Becky is suggesting something different than what Donna did.
Well, Donna said, asked if it could
Just an
accommodate
idea.
it.
You have 5 schools, could the 3 that need up the most, Knapp, Montgomery, and Nash, handle all 16, as opposed to Inglewood and North Wales, where they only had 1 class, 1 in 5th and 1 in 4th. And you're adding all those modulars to schools that aren't, you know, as I brought up last meeting, supply and demand.
Well, you'd have to look at the-
Attempting to meet supply and demand.
Well, I'll tell you, NAP itself is only predicted to increase by 18 students between now and 98. So you're certainly not building those classrooms in NAP to accommodate the students that are there
I'm
coming
just-
in.
Let's
So-
give Art some direction. We're not gonna come to consensus tonight.
But you're gonna have all the
Fine, I'll
shifting
look.
anyway. You're
Did
building,
she ask for 8 or 4?
I don't know what she asked for. You tell me.
Well, core
You tell me.
facility
What did she ask
needs
for?
that would accommodate either 4 that you have here for NAP or possibly 8. And core facilities being cafeteria, IMC.
She didn't say cafeteria. She said the cafeteria was fine because we could go and
we're doing
shift.
staggered shifts
What
right
did she
now.
say?
They don't use all the space. I was talking about a modest upgrade of the facilities, which I felt the IMC does need repairs. But we're dealing
But Art
with the
can give us
space
the whole
solution.
list. He can give us the whole list.
Right,
But
we've
that's
got,
different than what Pat read off. Pat didn't mention anything about a modest upgrade to the IMC. Didn't mention anything about a modest upgrade to the existing
Tommy-
multi-purpose room. I'm just trying to understand where the 4 of you are coming.
all we need to deal with is the modulars at this point in time.
Okay, so we're
Or
looking
the,
at
or your expansion project, because
16
it becomes a
modulars
moot
at
point.
5 buildings. Is that my direction?
16 modulars at 5 buildings. 4 at Inglewood. Well, we're not even gonna mention how many at each one.
It's according to the facility
The
recommendation.
plan, right. Flesh out your
I don't
plan.
think, yeah, that's why I'm frustrated. I don't think we're gonna find consensus either way.
It's 4-4.
We'll try, what do you got, you know, see.
It's probably gonna be 4-4, exactly. Well, let's just, we're gonna find it. But I just wanna make sure Art understands what the 4 of you are talking about, that you're all on the same page. It's all I'm trying to figure out.
I think the point is that our general position is we prefer the modulars because it leaves us room for accommodating the disparities that exist in some of our older buildings, and it's not even limited to NAP, Tom.
Okay, do you
This
support-
board in the future is gonna
do you-
have to decide what it's doing with
Do
some
you
of the other
support, do you
schools.
support 1.5 or do you support $2 million to be put towards modulars? We were trying to get a consensus tonight on what
If you're
the
looking for the
bond
dollar
would be.
figure, I would
What-
say $2 million towards the elementary gross needs.
And we don't have to
But
change
that's-
it. We're only
Okay, we're down to
doing
2.
4 modulars at NAP, we don't have to change the core facility. We don't have to do a thing to the core.
No, I didn't think so. Okay.
It's 100 more kids.
Okay, all right. Do you have more comments, Vicki?
No, I just.
Okay,
basic
David?
Reasons, effectiveness, resources.
David? I'm trying to
I know
find
you are,
out
Tom.
where we're going here, and I knew this would be a long night.
Well, I'm not beyond beating a dead horse, so I'll make my points one more time and then tell you which one of the 2 positions that are more likely to gain a consensus I'll support. But Dr. Bose, I appreciate your comments early on where you said that item number 1 on your list, a new elementary school would best serve the students in the school district. I find it extremely unfortunate that there was no item 4 on the criteria and the information that you presented to the board to say exactly what is best for the children in this school district. It exists solely as availability, disruption, and expenditures, and equal weighting did not go to our children. I believe that, as Mr. Weir said earlier, we will have a deficit of 39 rooms, 13 art rooms, 13 music rooms, and if we had had an opportunity to present a computer strategic plan, perhaps space for computer equipment in the elementary schools where no space exists. We've also considered selling the Keenest Road property, although a decision on that is not forthcoming. Potentially 80 more houses, perhaps 120 more students somewhere in Montgomery Township, more modulars, more Band-Aids. We actually do need a new elementary school. And to repeat myself from the other night, that will never happen because we tend not to consider the children, only them as commodities. So, I will continue to support more permanent solutions than modulars, and I'll support item number 3 if it comes down to that.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. My turn. I've looked at the PEL numbers. Yes, what Pat Mosey said, I agree that PEL mid-range does say 76, 76. I'm still on the fence, and I don't think we'll hit 76, 76. I think we'll come close, but I don't think we'll hit it. The reason I don't is because I've studied the PEL mid-range back for the last 10 years. To the best of my knowledge, all the ones that we've studied, we have not hit PEL mid-range. We've come close, but we've always come somewhere between the low and the mid-range. Saying that, today I believe we have right around 7,350 enrolled in K through 6. If we would put the addition on at Knapp and add the 2 modulars at Nash, 11 classrooms at Knapp times 25 is 275, and an additional 50 from the 2 modulars at Nash would give us 325. Add the 325 onto the 7,350, we come up real close to 76, 76 within 1 or 2. So therefore, I think that it will give us some extra room. And again, I don't think we will hit that number, but it will give us some space to get back some music and art rooms in the future. Saying that, I do plan to support the recommendation of the administration of adding the modulars to Nash and the expansion at Knapp as proposed by the administration. However, it seems to me that we're 4-4. Don Hill did submit a written report to all the board members, and he said at this time he would lean towards supporting the addition at Knapp and the modulars at Nash. I do need to talk to Don. Tonight, clearly there's not a consensus. It's 4-4. I will need to talk to Don to find out where he is, and then I will talk to Dr. Bose whether or not to attempt to place this on the agenda. If there are 5 that would go for the modulars at Nash and the major expansion at Knapp, I will try to get a vote for that on next Thursday night. Saying that, we need to talk about bond, and the bottom line is... I'm sorry, Bill. I made an assumption. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made that. It's really, I've heard 3 that would support. You're right. And you didn't. You said you wanted to listen. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I'll yield to you, Bill.
Thanks. What did you say? I know I read Don's memo.
Don just said he would, the bottom line is that in one of his, it should be noted that I do not support an additional elementary school, but it basically, where is it?
Third paragraph, right.
Because of the uncertainty on what enrollment's needs will be in the next 5 to 6 years, my first reaction was to use modular classrooms where needed because this gives us the ability to add and subtract rooms as needs indicate at the lowest cost. However, after taking a tour of the Knapp School and having further discussions with Art Wood, my current position has changed, and I now support the additions at Knapp for the following reasons. Bottom line is he said he supported Knapp and Nash.
Okay.
And you all got a copy of that.
Yeah, I did read it. I just forgot what he said.
Right.
All right. Well, let's get this. I too visited Knapp School today, and I would say, regardless of what we decide, Knapp School needs some upgrades. Size-wise, square footage-wise, not just decorative niceties, but square footage. So I do believe that has to be considered. I think that our options 3 and 4, again, both will come up short in the future, but that's, as they say, we'll let that go to another board. And I also understand that anything we do is going to be disruptive to some students and to some parents. And I wish it didn't have to be that way, but we know it has to be that way. And we've all accepted that living in North Penn means redistricting. Hopefully we've all accepted that as a fact of life here. We're growing, we're changing, we're moving, and we're going to be redistricting today and tomorrow and in the future. I believe that I will be supporting option number 3, the addition to NAP and the modulars at Nash. And I believe that one of the big reasons that I'm going to do that is that if we do have more growth in the future, it still gives us the option to add modulars in the future. I believe that adding modulars today and then running into enrollment problems in the future we would be back to this same position of trying to find room for more students. So I think the best thing for the long-term thinking of North Penn right now is option 3, and I will support that at Thursday's meeting. So if that gives you 5 people, put it on the agenda.
Thanks. We need to break in about 2 minutes to change the tape again. Before we break, basically as I see it, we're down to, we need to tie together how much money we want to allocate towards elementary. And as I stated earlier, I think I said a number of $31,500,000 if we go with the Nash and NAP combination. If we go with the modular, if the 5 votes aren't there on Thursday night for Nash and NAP, but the votes are there for modulars, then we'd be at about $29,500. That's using a $2 million figure for modulars and a $4 million figure for the NAP-Nash plan. Is everybody on the same page on that? So what I need to try to find out from the board, that's where we are, it's bottom line. So what I would assume, I'm going to make an assumption here that if 5 support the NAP-Nash plan, that there would be 5 that would support a $31.5 million bond. I'm going to make that assumption and move forward to get that onto the agenda if I do get that agreement from Mr. Hill. We need to take a break.
Yes. You can do audience of citizens when you get back.
Yes.
We need to change the tape.
We need to change the tape.
It takes a couple minutes.
And we can just sit here and wait.
Yes.
In the meantime, Art, do we need to address the Penndale? Or can we do that as just part of the action meeting?
No, because there's some changes as it relates to the ability to lease buses from Ryder. I need to discuss that with you.
Okay, so we do need to discuss that.
Won't be long.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is the break now?
Oh, yeah, break is now.
Okay.
Yep, it's 5 after, isn't it?
Mary, change the tape. The break is now.
That's okay.
Okay.
We have 5.
We still have more things to discuss. Yeah, we do. Art feels the need to bring up the Penndale transportation, but before that, there was quite a lot of dialogue tonight about Keenest Road. And before the meeting, Mr. Scher called me earlier this week about discussion. If the discussion went talking towards Keenest Road, does the board want to entertain talking about it anymore? And the reason I bring this up now is I just wanted to sit back and listen and observe how much the topic of Keenest came up. And I think I counted, it came up at least a half a dozen, if not a dozen times, Keenest Road.
Right.
I think that we should talk about it and throw it on the table. We might as well go for the marathon meeting, and we haven't had one in a
But Tom,
while.
it's not on the agenda, and I don't know that it's fair to the public to bring up
That's true.
such a subject.
That agenda wasn't received till here. It's really under finance.
All right,
The issue
well,
was
okay.
under finance. It won't be voted on or anything tonight, but as a part of the financial bond report,
Right?
if you recall, we had conversations at the beginning of the school, beginning of this year,
Right.
regarding the Keenest Keenest site property as well as the Plain site. And in those discussions, it was asked that an appraisal at least be done so that we could establish the value of those properties. I think you saw references to the approximate value of those properties even in the facilities committee report.
Okay.
But Tom, it
But
was
it's-
initiated through
right.
previous discussions that we would like to see what are our options with that property, what is the market at this time, and just, where would we stand legally, given the fact that we
Well-
had to go through different, we did go through a process in claiming that property. And that's why,
Well, then what-
Mr.
is there-
Bartle could handle some
Yes.
discussions on our options.
What's the pleasure? I think Bill brings up a good point. It's not on it's not on the agenda. But again, it did come up many times tonight. We could discuss it further tonight. We also could tie it into, I don't know how long the meeting will be under reorg, but we could have two subjects after reorg. We could talk technology and Keenest Road.
What exactly are
There's,
you looking for?
there's an audience of citizens before
What do
next
you wanna
month's.
know? What do you wanna know from us?
What
Disposition,
I wanna know,
What do we wanna do
what's
with
your
it?
position on Keenest
disposition on the
Road?
property.
Maybe you can do that real quick.
Sell it.
Sell it.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bartle at this time to report to us. He's had to do some homework regarding the original claiming of the property. So this is for is just so you know what's out on the table as an option for us, because we haven't really,
Can we talk about it,
Involved in
Mr.
that.
Bartle?
Yes, this is not the time to make decisions. This is your regular work session meeting, and the public is notified that you may discuss general business of the board. So yes, you can discuss this matter. If you'd like me to answer Mr. Scher's question, I'll do that at this time also.
Well, I think and I just want to clarify, the biggest reason I'm bringing it up too is that I think that even there was, and going back to Don Hill's memo, there was some misunderstanding about the whole Keenest Road property. And I do believe we clarified that money involved with Keenest Road. I would like you just real quickly walk us back through that. I believe that money has to go back to the bond fund that it was originally borrowed from, correct?
That's my understanding.
All right, but you wanted to get further clarification on that.
I would like to get further clarification from our bond counsel with respect to that issue, but it is my understanding that the money does have to get back to that account. That's correct.
Okay,
In
my
conversations
question
I
answered?
had with Mr. Franklin, he said the same thing.
Okay.
The only leeway the board would have is if we sold the land for more money than we paid for.
Okay.
Then why was Mr. Hill under the assumption that that money could be used to finance this addition to NEP?
I don't know whether he just saw it as a roundabout way, maybe not in literally, but perhaps he just considered it as buffering the debt, I don't know. But what does need to be moved forward is that since many questions have risen before in public discussions, we've really not gone back to the table to discuss that. It seems appropriate when we're dealing with bond projects and a general finance report. If you recall, this was a special committee report on finance. It didn't list the specifics of the areas of finance that would be discussed here tonight. You didn't have specifically the audit on the agenda, but it was a part of the finance report. Do you understand me, Tom?
Sure.
So at this point in time, there's been some requests made of Mr. Barnum. Let us know what our choices are, what our options are with them. Dennis and Art were there to look to see what kind of value we have in the property, where we could go. So I'd like Mr. Bartle to update us in what he's been able to at least ascertain on our behalf.
All right, thank you. First of all, the property is an asset of the school district. The school district purchased the property by taking a deed in lieu of condemnation some time ago. That being the case, the school district owns the property. The school district can either keep the property, or it may sell the property as it desires. That's for you to determine. In the event that you are to sell the property, Section 707 of the school code sets forth a way that you may sell real estate. And you can sell real estate either at public auction upon the receipt of sealed bids, or upon a negotiated private sale that is subject to court approval. The complicating factor in this particular matter is due to the fact that the property was acquired by condemnation. There is a right under Pennsylvania statutes with the prior owner, the condemnee of the property, to take the property back for the same consideration that you paid the condemnee for the property at the time of the taking. And essentially what that would involve is offering the property back to the Cutler Group for the sums that you paid for it at that time. Obviously, in an abundance of caution, I would also want to receive a waiver from the halls with respect to that as well, because as this matter was done, the actual resolution of condemnation was done at a time prior to the actual settlement on the property between the Halls and the Cutler Group. But in any event, it's pretty clear under Pennsylvania law that they have essentially a first option in the event that you were of a mind to sell the property. You would provide them with 90 days notice, and at that point in time, within that 90-day period of time, the Cutler Group would make its decision as to whether they wish to purchase the property. That's essentially where you are. You have to give them that first opportunity to purchase the property. And then, obviously, if they choose not to do so, then your remedies would be the same as they normally would be under Section 707.
And they would sign a waiver or something?
Has there been any discovery regarding whether the interest, I mean, do we have,
Yes,
in
I
other
have-
words, if we do
yes.
something now, we have to wait 90 days?
No,
before-
I have spoken with representative of the Cutler Group, and it's my understanding that if this board wants to sell the property, that they would be willing to purchase the property back on a dollar-for-dollar basis. So they would exercise the option that they would have pursuant to law.
So they would pay us exactly, basically dollar for dollar, everything that we purchased that property for originally?
Again,
And
that's the
yeah,
option that they
the
have.
option.
That is
That
the
is
option.
their option,
That is
and-
the option that they have under the law, and it's my understanding that they would choose to exercise that option.
Frank, what does we had to purchase the EDUs for that, correct?
Yes.
Do they have to purchase them back?
Well, if they want them, and obviously they would.
They're gonna need them,
Absolutely.
correct? For
Absolutely.
the same price also?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
whatever the going rate would be.
I would like to suggest that we have an extensive piece of property out there that's suitable for a very large complex, and I do not see, as a matter of fact, under Pennsylvania law, you're supposed to have a foreseeable need for holding, for really maintaining property on behalf of the taxpayers. Is that not correct? I mean, as far as.
Well, I think, I don't
In
want to.
justification, I mean, yeah, maybe you could say if you're thinking about an elementary, but if we wanna be honest about it, do we,
Well, let me just say this, I would not, I don't want to give the board any
Right.
false information here in terms of what you can do. I think clearly under the law, should the board decide to hold the property, I think you could certainly justify doing that at this point. In the event that you decided to sell the property, you could certainly justify doing that as well. This is really a business decision of the 9 members of the school district. It's not a legal, 9 members of the school board. It's not a legal decision wherein you are required to do one or the other.
I know legally you can certainly justify holding on to something on a maybe for years from now, but I think ethically it's not really a part of active real estate business for us. Usually you have sincere and projectable need for something.
Can it be put on the agenda for
Hold it.
Thursday
I would
night?
like to see,
I'd have to ask, could that be put on the agenda for Thursday night?
Yeah, you may place it on the agenda. You have a general advertisement for business with respect to that meeting. And this is a matter that you could consider at that time. You're talking about for your
It's a regular
your
action
normal-
meeting.
For the
your
action
regular
meeting next Thursday?
Yes. Yes.
this would just be authorization for, I guess, Mr. Bartle to act on our behalf
Yeah, I would
You
say
need
that
to
Frank
phrase
would
that
have to phrase and then
so
write a
that we can at least
recommendation.
authorize you
Right.
to approach them any further?
That's fine. If you would want me to put together an agreement of sale, you could authorize me to put together an agreement of sale and approach the potential purchaser with respect to that.
Solicitor, settlement would be approximately when, as quickly as possible, when could settlement be?
Well, actually, those are issues that I did discuss with the potential purchaser as well. And essentially, there are some permits that have run out on the property. Obviously, there were certain
Sure.
approvals that were given, et cetera. And when the district passed its resolution for condemnation, obviously, they did not pursue the final subdivision of the property, nor were the various permits and the like still valid today. So I would anticipate that the earliest possible settlement date would be June 30, July 1st, something like that.
Okay, in the event that we get a signed agreement with the Cutler Group, then I guess that would make them the equitable owner of the property upon the signature of the agreement. Can we convey sooner than settlement? Convey and then consummate the deal in June?
No, the title would transfer upon the payment of the consideration. Is that, that?
Okay. Well, gosh, for 5 years I voted against the property. It was built, it was purchased to build a second high school. We are not going to build a second high school. That should be sold, and that money peel back debt that this community has been carrying. That's simple.
Quite frankly, I think we've all been holding our breath, wondering just how much we'd have to be able to recover out of that, so.
So what am I hearing?
I'm kind of
Put it on the agenda and let's instruct Mr.
Am I hearing a
Barlow to
direction?
thrilled by the idea that we
Hearing a
might actually at
direction
least
to direct our
recoup our
solicitor
official
to
price.
draw,
That's what goes on the action agenda, isn't it?
how would it be framed? A motion to,
What do you need, Mr. Barlow?
I just need a motion for authorization to put together the agreement of sale pursuant to the provisions of law that allow the Cutler Group the first option with respect to the property. And I'll put that motion together for
What's that?
Dr.
I'll
Mr.
agree.
Barlow, I
Bill?
agree.
No.
Sharice?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes. Vicki?
Yes, but
Yes.
Okay, there's
That's it.
consensus to do it.
will that agreement itself will return to us anyway? It's authorization for you to move forward towards that, but it comes forward anyway for.
Ultimately, you would have to approve the agreement of sale,
That's what I
but
meant.
obviously, there are gonna be provisions in the agreement of sale where I would at least show it to the purchasers and receive whatever input they have, modify it, and then when it comes here, it should be a completed project.
That's what I meant, but it would be returning beyond that
Yes.
motion next Thursday.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on Keenest? Let's move on to something to do with Penndale busing. Art.
Yeah, quickly, I need to tell you that the green sheet you have in front of you is bogus.
Well, that's
That
it.
was my word.
Here's our vote of confidence you've been looking for.
Next
It's
time.
bogus from
And
the
you think it's us, right?
standpoint that I felt
It's always us.
confident that we could lease 5 buses at a rate that we're currently paying until I got into negotiations, and we are now negotiating with a number of leasing companies. The thing I learned quickly from Ryder was that we should count our blessings for the 4 buses we have at $7,100 this year, because it was a one-time only, and their cost is much greater than that to operate them and lease them to us. So that was a nice, they honored the contract. They're not happy that they did. We have new buses, and that's going well. But now, as we look for additional buses, we are currently paying at $7,100, and I shared with the board when we did that that was one heck of a good price. We're paying $39.23 a bus. The new quotation is $75 per bus. So somehow or other, we have to get between $39.23 and $75. Other companies that we're talking to are not happy about leasing us buses. They want to do a lease purchase. We've talked to Gross Equipment in Exton. We've talked to Leipensberger and Emmaus. We've talked to Brightville and Lebanon. And we're having a problem. The one thing we know is we can get buses from Ryder, and I just need to negotiate a better price. It's not pretty. It's more than I would like to spend, because it really comes out to a yearly cost of $13,575 versus the $7,100. It's also going to create a problem for us as we begin to look for those buses next year, and that has to be part of our newly negotiated contract with whoever will be our new carrier. But I just wanted to tell you that it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we're in this position. We only have a window until the beginning of December. I need to come to you with a recommendation on the 21st, and hopefully you will support it, or I don't know how we're gonna bus those youngsters. It's a real problem.
Art, did you try Wolfington and Exton?
Yes, I did. That's gross equipment.
That's gross equipment.
We've tried everybody, and it's not good at the moment. So I'm gonna go back and try to renegotiate better numbers with Ryder and bring you a recommendation, and we will do it from mid-December until the end of the school year, and then we'll have to relook at the entire process. We are just out of vehicles. It's as simple as that.
Well,
And once we get into the winter athletic program, and you're sending wrestling teams, girls basketball, boys basketball, and you're sending them all over creation, we don't have the vehicles. We have the vehicles in the morning to do it, but we don't have them in the afternoon.
If we were to lease more vehicles from these people, do you think they would be willing to give us a better deal?
No, I've already used that as somewhat, as some pressure, and they were kind enough. They came back to us and said, we gave you a number, we honored the contract, it's costing us about $10,000, our cost, which they're willing to show me, for those vehicles. And, that's where we are.
Art, do you expect to have anything on the agenda, or is this just an
Have to have
update?
something on the agenda.
For the next Thursday, you mean?
Either that, or I'm
Okay.
gonna invite you all in the morning with your vans to help us out.
With a
Vicky
number
has a
somewhere
new one.
between 13,575 and 7,100.
I'm gonna have a number somewhere
Hey, it's more money
between
than I'm making now.
$39.23 and $75.
Oh,
It's
okay.
double, almost double what we're paying now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, tell them if they don't do better, they're gonna have to come before the board for a presentation.
Or stay until the end of the meeting a few minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go, we can work them over.
Put them last on the agenda.
All right, questions for Art? Just so that will be on the agenda with, I would say, well, are you hoping that for our packets next, or Friday, that you will have a
Working
number in there?
toward that. I'm working toward that.
No, it'll be an action meeting, so it'll be Friday.
We did bus these youngsters starting yesterday, and we've had a lot of thank yous and a lot of happy parents and kids. But we'll try to get something to you, Tom. As late as tonight, I got a quote from Brightville, and that's a lease purchase. They only want a lease purchase, and they're used vehicles, and it's very complicated.
Any questions or comments for Art?
I don't have a question for Art, I have a question for the board. Why are we considering having a discussion about where we can put in adult crossing guards to make some of these routes safer and expand this minuscule area into a little broader capacity, so that we're, not having to have a need for
That
Talking
was
about buses.
buses. I mean, we haven't even discussed it.
Yeah, let's discuss
She's
that.
talking about the second route. It wasn't really the one that was brought forward to us, but the one that's on the opposite side of,
What do you
of,
know?
of
Where are we?
Hancock.
Hancock.
Comes up Hancock, and really they're designated to cross at
Yes.
Church. And that route that comes from over on that side is actually a totally different route than the one that's from the Englewood Main Street section.
Mrs. Krieger, we have looked very hard at the use of crossing guards. Our problem is, if you look closely at your packet, between Broad Street, I'm going through the major youngsters that have to walk. Between Broad Street and Line Street, that has been deemed hazardous because of the McDonald's. So a crossing guard at Broad and Main, and a crossing guard at Line and Main.
So she's
It's
talking the other
hazardous because
side.
McDonald's?
She's,
Oh, I dragged them
she's
into a
talking the
suit.
other side though.
Bring them.
It's on the crossing guard right
We'll
there
just
when
bring
it
them
comes
right
out.
Talking about Hancock and Church.
When you come over and look at the other one, look at you have a hazardous crossing at Franklin and Hancock.
Francis, solicitor landscape, do something about McDonald's.
They're not supposed to cross that far.
Mr. would.
Look at your green
Which
list.
street is it on here?
Right here, Franklin and Hancock.
They're not supposed to really cross there, are they? Aren't they supposed to come up to
That
church?
intersection has been deemed hazardous.
So
The
Yeah, I
next
saw that.
problem, the next problem that we have, and I say we, John and Arthur, is once you get to the railroad tracks, I mean,
They're
if you
gonna
have a
cross.
crossing guard at Franklin and Hancock, and the youngsters finally get over Stony Creek Railroad to the railroad crossing, and the recommended walking route is that they continue up on the other side of Hancock, the church in Hancock, and you would have another crossing guard. But if you look at the sidewalk across that railroad track, for the sake of busing 57 kids, it is not a safe route.
Yeah, you have to do, I was just telling you what, I think where Sharice had seen that there was a couple of notations regarding crossing guards was really dealing with the other route, not the one up Main.
So, that's where we looked at it.
And you're saying, and he's saying that all of this area in here that would normally walk, can't walk because of McDonald's.
Yes, ma'am.
Really?
It was, and we said that, I mean,
McDonald's?
I think we all agreed,
They have a
I
criteria.
think we all agreed at the last meeting that, you know, what they, the size that they took this down to seems ridiculous.
What are we gonna do? We can't, there's nothing we can do about it,
Well,
right? Is there, what can we do about it?
I think
But
putting
sometimes they
crossing
stipulate a
guards
crossing guard.
where
Well, why
you
don't we-
needed to
why
make
don't
it
we-
safer. If we need a crossing guard at the driveway of McDonald's,
Well, ask
put
them
it
if they
there.
can do that. I mean,
Okay, now you go back to the argument, if you have a crossing guard at Broad and Main, if you have a crossing guard at Line and Main, you already have a crossing guard at Penn and Line, you put a crossing guard, and they will not, the borough will not put a crossing guard at McDonald's.
They
I mean,
should.
if you want that job, you better have good life insurance.
Well, maybe McDonald's will put him there, with a big red wig on and a big red nose.
Yeah, we'll get Ronald
Walk
McDonald.
across the driveway. I mean,
Right.
come on.
You remember, we don't hire the crossing guards and we don't place them. The borough does, and we participate in 50% of the cost.
That's right.
Well, can I ask you what, have,
How'd we get on this?
Entering into a
We're in the
business
weeds.
partnership with them.
we have elementary enrollment to deal with, I think the letters already went out to the parents?
Let the, you
These
know,
students are already now climbing on buses, or?
We had the bus. we
Right,
had an
they're
obligation.
busing it
Right.
now, so,
We started Monday morning.
right, that's what I thought.
It's now Wednesday morning.
okay, audience assistance.
And send
Well,
her
Any
regret
other-
notices.
Any other questions?
I got them the buses, she can send them the regrets.
Any other questions or comments for Art? Sharice?
No, the only comment I was gonna make is that I won't be supporting the changes in these now hazardous walking routes, because I don't think the board has given enough time to, considerations to try to fix the problem. I think we're just backed into a corner once again, because of, erroneous information that was provided, not only to the state, but by the state, a failure to perform by the state, in the beginning, and now, turning it around and blaming it, solely on the district for changing their mind, to keep themselves out of hot water. And I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers that we just automatically put the buses out there and start busing the kids. Because once you start busing them, you take the buses away, you know, talk about
The reimbursement.
the big ogres at Christmas time. You know, that will be you, but I won't be supporting it. I know the rest of you will, but I'm not.
I would only comment that we did not submit erroneous information, I mean, not that I'm aware of.
No, I didn't accuse you.
Okay, and number two, and I think our solicitor would agree, from a liability standpoint, the day you're notified that you bust those youngsters, we were actually, maybe 3 or 4 days late in starting that process. And we just had to do that as quickly as we could, and we started Monday morning.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. It's now time for our audience of citizens. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Sure, Jenny? Yeah, I'm gonna really try to stick to the 3 minutes.
I'll be 30 seconds, I don't want to talk.
Time.
Jenny Collins, Tomets, and I just want to say it is 12:30 a.m. and it's really not fair that the audience of citizens starts this late. Nobody's here. Thanks.
Do you have any suggestions?
Put
Another,
them earlier.
like spread them out in between, one in the beginning?
You've done that at other meetings. You've done a subject and done an audience, done a subject, done an audience. The bond issue, I don't know how many people in the audience really came for the bond issue. If that could have been done later, and what people wanted to talk about could have been done earlier with an audience of citizens, that would have been nice.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chris Duffy, Hatfield Township. And it is a shame, because there's a lot more people that wouldn't be as nervous as I am that would talk before me, but at the risk of having anybody lose their mind, can I ask a question about, that was on the bond issue page, from the bus, well, Hatfield cooling tower down oil tank. Will that be something that we're going to discuss in the near future? The project's still being discussed. Remember, that was, some of them are we going to, is that tabled for a certain date?
I think what we'll do is we will table that, and perhaps the board will talk about seeing if we could, if the board wants to create a line item in the budget for capital expenses, and that we may look at saying, we may, I'm using the word may, I'm not saying we will, that the board may consider paying for some of those projects out of perhaps a capital expense fund that might be generated as a line item in the budget.
Okay, because they were pretty interesting things to be done. 3 points. Second one was, as a parent volunteer at the elementary level that helps children experience and work on math and English skills on the computer once a week, I appreciate the board's decision to include technology at their 12-2 meeting. And as a member of the community that was on rezoning committee, I know that redistricting is a solution that not any student looks forward to, but I feel that it must be done. And I believe a review of any school board tapes, if there are any, involving rezoning in the past would help some of our new board members understand the process and what has worked. It might make it a little clearer as to see some objections and some good responses to them. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Plenty of those.
Any other questions or comments?
Jerry Vigiletti, Hatfield Township. Can someone give me an idea of when redistricting might occur? What school year?
Question.
I'll give that a shot. I would assume that redistricting would occur the summer of 98.
So, to begin the school year of 98.
Right, that, in other words, we would be in the discussion phase and try to have some answers by, I would think, June, July of 98.
Okay. As far as selling the land on Keenest Road, are we prepared to accept more students in that area when the land is developed? Something to think about. Don't need an answer now. I see on that budget page somewhere about land acquisition in Lansdale Square. What kind of land is that, and what is it for?
Art
Moving lots.
Art
Yeah,
knows the
they're,
best. We call them the moving lots.
At the corner of Orville and Main, behind the Plains Mennonite Church, there's a group of lots, and we have approximately 45 acres that is not perfectly squared off. And we had money in the bond that we've been carrying for a number of years in case we would be able to acquire the remaining few lots we have to acquire to square that off.
And what would you be doing with this land?
Well, the board has been gathering it since the 1960s, and it, tentatively could be used for construction of playing fields, construction of an elementary school, whatever. That would be the board's decision.
It seems to me to be land similar to the Keenest Road land, where you really have no plans for it, so why not sell it?
Well, that would be the board's choice.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions, comments?
Hello, my name's Vivian Heinrich, and if you would turn to your elementary school enrollment needs and facility options page. And it says, number 1, a new elementary school on Keenest Road or elsewhere. I have found an or elsewhere possible for us, and that would be the Educational Services Center, 401 East Hancock Street. It would provide a minimum of 14 classrooms. The option that is being considered at this time by 5 of the board members will only give 11, possibly 12 of the classrooms needed. According to the data, which is not quite supported by the year 1997, 98, you will need, if you use all of the art rooms and all of the music rooms, you will need an additional 14 classrooms to support, pretending we don't have any additional growth. So if we don't have any additional growth, I would consider that you might, I assume this was at one time a elementary school. It appears to have been renovated to, and very nicely, to accommodate the administration. The administration and support could then go into the trailers. Our elementary students would not be disrupted while this was being prepared for them for 2 years. Those trailers could, at some later date, be gotten rid of if the enrollment goes down again. That was one of the considerations. The other thing I did want to point out is that if you did decide to go with the 16 modulars, if you look at the enrollment data, again, I'm not quite convinced on that back page that from last time's notes, but it would appear that your best options would be to go for the four modulars at the Montgomery School. Again, only because of what the growth is on there. If you had 4 modulars before, I would assume you can still put 4 modulars there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. More questions, comments?
Hi, I'll just keep this brief. Dolores McCaddy from Tomenson Township. I just would like to state that I thought Mr. Allen stated his opinion very eloquently on why he would support the NAP addition with the Nash modulars. I am in Inglewood. I'm sure, I don't doubt Mr. Wood's figures that Inglewood could handle 4 more, but I don't see possibly how they could handle it. It would be really congested, and I don't really think that that would benefit the children. I do not like the idea of redistricting any more than anyone else, but I want to let it be known that Montgomery Township is not the only area in this district that has been shifted back and forth. I am on the border of 2 elementary schools, and in the past 5-6 years, there have been children in my development also that have been switched from Inglewood to Gwinnett Square, back to Inglewood, and I will guarantee you that we will be shifted back to Gwinnett Square again. And that, unfortunately, comes with us living on the boundary of the 2 schools. So I just don't want anybody to think that it's just Montgomery Township. It does impact everyone, but unfortunately, it's a fact of life. And I'm just tired, personally, of hearing Montgomery Township all the time being mentioned. Thank you.
More questions, comments?
Good evening or good morning. My name is Paul Lapote. I'm from Montgomery Township, and we seem to have a lot of problems. I do appreciate, and I'm saying jokingly, that after 12 o'clock on a Tuesday night, you're discussing Keenest that wasn't on the agenda, and then to hear that you want to sell it back to Cutler, who will build houses, as we know, which will mean another few hundred children coming into the school district. But that you're not talking about now. You'll worry about that 2 years from now when those homes are built, and we have a problem 2 years from now. Also, you talk about dollar for dollar. As of when? $93 or $96 or $97? Let's be honest, that real estate's worth a hell of a lot more today than it was worth in '93 and '94 when we bought it. So, when you talk about dollar for dollar, what does that mean? That mean current dollars or, yesterday's dollars in that respect? I came here not to talk about that. I came here to talk here about Montgomery and the change that we're doing and everything that's happening with the school, with Bridle Path and with NAP and all that. I am in favor if we are going to make a change. My kids go to Bridle Path right now. A brand new school. I just moved into a new house. We love it. I hate the idea of my kids being transferred to NAP. But if you're going to do that and you're going to force my kids to go to NAP, I would appreciate you going for the plan that will increase NAP and make NAP look like a decent school. I've been to NAP myself. It is a horrible school. I don't appreciate it my kids going to a school that's older than I am and seeing the condition it is, especially after they spent a couple years now at Bridle Path. So if you're going to go ahead and do the plan, please put the extra money into it and at least fix the school up for us so we have a decent school. Also, another option that no one is even considering, and I know the school administration doesn't want to do this, but what would happen if you just raised, and I know people don't want to hear this, but raise the amount of people in each school? I'm looking at what Bridle Path has here, and we have 24s and 25s. What if we raised it by 3 or 4 kids per class? Even though we don't want to do that. We don't want to be 30 or 35 children in a classroom. But if we raise it 3 or 4 and just did this to a couple schools, would that solve some of the problem or at least alleviate some of it? I don't know if it would or wouldn't, but is it an option that was discussed at all in doing that? And
It was an option discussed. It was not an option that the administration recommended that we keep the class size guidelines as they are. And knowing that at times we would exceed them because they are guidelines, but this board did choose to keep the class size guidelines as they are.
because the problem is, right now you have homes. I know you talk about this PEL and about all these studies that you see, but if you drive around the area, if you drive along, Montgomery Township, and you drive along 40-foot road, you see all these new developments. Are they being accounted for? Mm-hmm. I don't think they are. I really personally don't think they're being accounted for. I know you have these reports and you think they are. You talk about spiking. I don't see it happening. Peaking out and then going down eventually. I really wish you would sit down and figure out some major plan and get this thing done once and for all our kids' sake. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions, comments?
Perhaps the last. And Corey Kruger from Montgomery Township. I certainly don't propose to speak for everybody in Montgomery Township. My son goes to Bridle Path, as do my daughter, and we're very happy there. My son is in the 3rd grade, so he's in a class of 29 others, I guess, a total of 29 students. Despite that, he really likes it, and I think he's getting a good education. I'm certainly not proposing that we don't try to keep our class sizes reasonable, and yet people that I've spoken with believe that they would be better and happier staying at Bridle Path with classes a little bit bigger than going to a new school environment. You form relationships and make friends at certain places, and yes, redistricting is traumatic for parents and students. As I said, I think he's getting a good education at Bridle Path, even with a class that size, and whatever decision is made, I'd like to see him stay there.
Thank you. We're still on round 1.
Hi, Eileen McMullen from Lansdale. Just to do a complete 180 from the last 2 gentlemen, I believe that probably the majority of the parents in this district will not go for larger classroom size and overcrowded schools. And I don't believe you're going to solve the problem with 4 modular classrooms at NAP. It's not going to cut it. You've got 4 classes already over, 2 very borderline. And I'll tell you right now, my kindergartner is in private school, not in a class of 28 or 29, because that's ridiculous. I mean, how is somebody going to learn not to make their R's backwards if the teacher can't get around to 29 students and see that they're printing that R backwards? The NAP, I said last week, the NAP addition is, as Don would say if he was here, the most bang for the buck. For a very minimal amount of extra money, you are getting a lot of upgrades to the building. You're getting real bricks and mortar, not just modulars, something that's really worth something. Redistricting is a dirty word around here, and I really don't see why. It's all in the presentation. You need to go at the parents early. Tell them now, tell them this year, this is the plan. There will be major movements in all the schools. Even if you did the modulars, there's going to be major movements in all the schools. There's no avoiding it. You need to get an overlay of who was redistricted in the last couple of moves, put them in an overlay, put them on top of each other, make every attempt not to move those same students again, and make some promises to the parents that this will be done with some reasonable amount of intelligence, and the same kids are not going to be yanked back and forth every year. Set some sort of policy that you can track who is being redistricted and make every attempt not to move those children again. And I think, what you need is a plan. It's going to need to be done. Just do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, anybody that wants to speak for the first time? Okay, ma'am.
Maybe nobody will notice it. I'll just pretend like it's the first time. Hi, Chris Duffy, Hatfield Township. I meant to say this and I didn't. I feel a little more calmer now. I do support the add to 2 modules to Nash and the expansion to NAP. And I feel that the expansion to NAP being a school that's sort of in the center, will work to our advantage. And that's it. I just wanted to make sure I went down on record as saying that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Motion to adjourn.
Vivian Heinrich again. This time I'm going to speak in regards to the technology issue, which I know is not on the topic at this late of a night, but I do want to let you know that I have been working. I am the computer coordinator at Montgomery. I have not been in most of the elementary schools. I've only been into a couple of them. What I do want to talk about is one of the reasons why I would really favor a new school is because I think you're really going to need to do some major upgrading to the schools that are pre-60s, I would imagine, because there was a philosophy before then that, they didn't have VCRs, they didn't have TVs, you were lucky to have a movie camera, so why put in all those extra electrical plugs? So we're going to be, at one time or another, talking about some major refurbishing of these schools. So if you're going to be putting the money in, why not do it right? Put in a new elementary school, and when enrollments drop, get rid of one of the older elementary schools. Sell it off, let it be historical, property value, whatever you want to do for it. But that's one of the reasons why I would favor a new elementary school. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Thanks for bringing it up.